All right. Okay.
Well, it says no U, just like everywhere. Like no, and then there's a U. Right
Hi,
here.
hi everybody. This is Burning Wheel Session 11. Suicide Squad 5? Yeah, 5. You want to put that over here, Chip? We can move the.
You look
shit
awfully
around.
confused while holding that chair.
Oh, wherever you want to. I mean, wherever you want. I just figure if you sit over there, you might have everyone close together. But yeah, this is this session, and what happened last session? What happened last session? Stuff happened. I know Lucius and Corvus had a little talk and shared some information that may or may not have surprised Lucius. I know.
It did.
I know Serveus met up with Lucius at the that one bar, the Elysium, and had their little talks, kind of just talks until what's
Is
his
it new
name?
guys?
Yeah, I got him at book Barnes and Noble.
Second Charles?
No, Barnes and Noble
Books and
actually.
Barnes and Noble. That's a lot.
For like
of
$2. Not bad. Anyways, they had their little talks, and Van showed up and told him that he wanted to have a little job for the group of them, and they said they'd meet up later that night after some the funeral ceremonies for the SS and all that jazz.
Yeah, I'm in prison. How were those?
You don't know. I haven't told you yet. So.
Well, oh yeah, but once we get through with this this recap, I do have something I want to bring up before we actually get started.
Oh yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, we can do whatever. Okay, and then Dolan, without spoiling too much, received payment for his job and had his own surprise and ended up agreeing to work for a noble lord for in the future. And let's see what else happened. I never really listened to the broadcast before this, so trying to think. Slacking.
Dwarfs.
The dwarves. Yeah, no, yeah. The you guys, they had the little funeral ceremony, and got Corvus's pug fixed up because Dolan had found him wandering the streets with a hurt leg, and had Archer fix him up.
Voodoo dolls.
There's a voodoo dolls, yeah. I think was that covered?
and Corvus learned that Graves was a dwarf the whole time.
Yes.
Graves was a dwarf? What?
Well, he looks like a human. You don't know why he was buried traditionally like a dwarf. He looked human enough.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Oh no, he wasn't a dwarf the whole time. He was.
Okay, I just thought like I never caught that detail.
No, he was human as far as he looked. He just buried like
In
traditionally.
dwarven honors?
Yeah,
Oh,
for some
okay,
reason.
okay. Well, at least my guy wasn't like completely oblivious to
Right.
that.
That'd be kind of sad. So yeah, you guys all meet up. Yeah, Lucius wanted to go see Boniface because Corvus pushed him in that direction. So we gathered up Dolan, and they went their ways over there, where they talked with Boniface. They were kind of like in a dead end about what to do, like where to go from here. When who else but Mother Gurdra and her entourage of doors and Surveyor show up at the church, and she announces that she has a job that she wishes for them to do, and the reward being involving, of course, money, but also with having Corvus set free earlier than he's supposed to be. And then, yeah, the job itself involves hunting down these rat creatures that have been stealing their goats and shoving them off into the mountains to the north. And that the job will have to wait until Meryl's official sentence in 2 months when she is fully conscious and all that fun stuff. Everyone went their separate ways for the night. Lucius was carted off to answer some questions about what happened between him and Dirk.
I forget. Did I go willingly?
Yes, you did.
Damn.
You met up with Arnold and Meredith, and they asked you to come with them. And you.
Oh yeah, and
went along.
I yelled at my dad.
No, yeah, you yelled at your dad because Lucius was going to go meet you. That's right.
Yeah, he
You'll-
was gonna meet me, and I yelled at him.
Yes. And then, Serveus went back to his home where he ran into that familiar crow. Dolan, discovering his doll on his pillow in the residential quarters, ran back to find that the dolls that he had buried had been unburied, and saw little footsteps as if they had just undug themselves and wandered out on their own.
Not necessary.
And then, finally, Corvus, after waking up from some horrible nightmares, was greeted by the familiar voice of Travis. And that is where we had left off.
Travis, I thought I got you jailed.
Before we get into any more into any specific details, we have to do what we usually forget, well, don't have time to do, and do our other points from last session. Because we didn't do that at the end of the last session.
The only problem with this is I always forget what I did.
Yeah, I'll try to remind you guys.
And it's also hard because, most of us like to go outside to ignore things we don't know. And
So it's really just based on my word or the other person's word themselves.
I could be bribing Will tons of money, people, and he'd just be
Giving you fake points
yeah,
for a game.
fake
play.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to start with
It
Corvus.
sounds similar.
I know.
Oh yeah, probably you should let me know now that Boniface is in the picture. You should let me. We should do some stuff for him too. I haven't written down his beliefs and instincts, but we should. I don't know if he has anything that was that involved, like anything that would be relevant that he did last session that I could give him a lot of the points for. What do you got?
What I got? What I got?
What you
I
get?
got things, important things. His beliefs are the gods are too important to help mortals.
Probably should start writing this down on the character sheet on here. Shit. Alright. I've got no title from him, so he's Boniface. And we got beliefs. Alright, what's the first one?
The gods are too important to help mortals.
The gods are too important to help mortals. That one was not pertaining to the last session. What about the next one?
I will find my wife if it takes my final breath.
Yes, fate point for that, please. If,
Wait a second. I already got a fate point written down.
yeah, I think I said you had 2 fates and 1 persona, and you spent a fate point on
Oh,
something last session. If it takes my last breath, because you agreed to Meredith's, Gerdra's job. What's your third belief?
I will make atonement for my great sin.
Atonement for.
What have you done?
It's not important. Sin.
I masturbate to horrible porn. Stuff you can't imagine.
Right, instincts. I masturbate to horrible porn.
Holy
pretty
That you
good.
can't imagine.
I instinctually masturbate to horrible porn.
That'll get you in a lot of trouble. Just don't want to walk in on that. Brother!
Add a beam of that at inopportune times.
Whenever you get nervous.
Right, guys, just need to like go.
Whenever I get surprised, I masturbate vigorously.
Alright,
What's your first
Boo!
instinct? Ooh!
my instincts are magic is a curse, never use it.
Oops, this is still bold. Magic is a curse. Never use it.
What have you done?
Well, actually,
Technically going against that.
I think I'm going to change that a little bit because he doesn't have a problem with enchanting. He does have a problem with sorcery and summoning magic.
I see.
What have you done? Do you
I've
sell your wife's
masturbated
soul?
So
to porn.
summoning
That
is
is
a curse.
horrible. How many times have you go over this?
Okay, what's your next instinct?
Is that why your wife is missing?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, your guy has a torture skill.
Oh yeah, I can't find this out.
If you really want to.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Where is she?
Where is she? What's your next instinct?
Prayers are for reverent.
Prayers?
Prayers are for. I forget this word I wrote. I don't think it's spelled right. Reverence.
Oh, reverence?
Reverence.
Reverence. Is that like that? That doesn't sound like a word anymore to me.
It's supposed to be like an
Reverence,
E. It's all E's, no A's. That's probably right.
Reverence.
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 Not asking favors.
Not asking favors. Last one.
Don't upset the natural order.
Don't upset the natural order. All right. Well, I think everything except for that belief, that the one I gave you the fate point for, is okay. So now we'll move on to Corvus. Hold Merrill liars and deceivers. Prove Merrill a liar. You're kind of stuck in jail, so it's not much you can do about that just
Yeah,
yet.
in fact, the opposite was proven with my dad.
That was true.
Meryl was supported by him.
Yes, you were. You. So I don't know. Would that call for a persona point? Because you basically got to the end of this belief, and there's nothing more you can do with it.
Yeah, I'm just like, but.
Sure, just take a persona point, and
Sweet.
if you can think of a belief to change, let me know.
Actually, I'm about to change it.
All right, we'll move on. Let's see. Men of valor and bravery to be trusted. Again, you're kind of stuck in jail, so you can't form an order of them. I will preserve the rights of all intelligent races. Slaughter any savages. Again, stuck in jail.
Jail complicates things.
Challenge authorities. You challenge Arthas at all whenever he was
I don't
talking
know,
with you?
I can't remember.
I know you were
I
like.
mean, I always challenge him. I kind of treat him like shit.
I know
He
you're
just takes
talking
it.
down
He
on
just
him.
takes it.
Isn't the first time we ended up in jail too? Considering Call of Cthulhu with
Oh, like,
shit, what was his name? I can't remember my guy's name.
yeah, whenever he ended up in the insane asylum.
Yeah.
Wait.
My guy too. It was a session we three did.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
They
yeah.
added us up in
you two
insane
weren't there,
asylums.
yeah. Here's what happened.
I'll pause this.
No, they gotta hear this.
Okay, fine.
Basically, what happened was, Will's character was kind of a serial killer type, and he went to kill a clothing store seller, but the guy pressed the silent alarm and the police showed up.
Yeah.
Will tried to make his way out the back alley, but there were some police officers blocking it. And I didn't know the rules. I actually kind of looked through them. Will decided to run past the police officers, but the rules state each cop got to make an attack. There was 3 of them for each one he passed.
Mm-hmm.
So they all shot at him with guns, and 1 missed and 2 hit, and he was down to 0 HP, which means he was unconscious. He wasn't dead yet, like he was a step away from death. So he's unconscious. The paramedics rush over to save his life so he can be tried. And all of a sudden, here comes Nathan's character. Oh, well, I can't even do his voice. He was like this used car salesman from Nebraska who was, I think, slightly autistic.
Yeah.
Like probably he was autistic. And he goes, "Oh, he's my friend. We're trying to fight the Dark Lord Cthulhu. So just let him go and we'll be on our
It
way."
wasn't exactly that, but he was
You're
talking
trying to
about cultists and
explain.
stuff.
You're trying to explain.
Yeah,
everything was
he's like,
happening.
it's them, they're cultists.
Like, were you thinking of that? Like,
No, I wasn't thinking of that at all. I was thinking of that.
You're convinced the police officers that you're fighting against the Dark Masters.
So they threw him in an insane asylum. They threw him in an insane asylum.
Yeah, thanks a lot, asshole. Didn't tell them I was crazy.
I mean, they should have believed me. That happens all the time.
And then when Will was in the psychiatric ward, I ended up rolling 3 100s in a row. And I declared, we decided that his guy, somehow the psychologist working there had made a breakthrough on him, and he no longer had violent tendencies.
I was a changed man.
I found Jesus in there.
All right. Then your instinct. Oh yeah, still going about the challenge authorities one.
Oh yeah.
Trying to think. I mean, not that I can think of. It didn't get you in trouble, obviously, because
Yeah.
your father's kind of just like, okay,
You're
I
in
love
prison
you.
already.
I don't love you.
you're already a prisoner. Anyone text my comments, attacks me, again, jail, and no one can be trusted to carry a weapon.
I can't carry a weapon.
Jail. All right.
Let me make a shiv.
So, beliefs, instincts you wish to change, Corvus.
Oh, I like to say,
Like, I'm gonna change the first one, obviously.
the first one's gonna be, I don't know anymore.
I don't know anymore.
My life is a mess and I just don't know anymore. I need, let me make that more, beneficial to you.
Yeah, tell me something you want,
yeah,
based on what you don't know.
I need to figure a way to get my life straight.
You say just, I need to get my life straight.
Yeah.
To get my life straight.
And
Anything you
think
wish
about
to
what Meryl has said.
think about what Meryl has said. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna change one of my beliefs to, I think Dolan's a pretty cool guy.
I'm gonna marry him.
I'm gonna become.
What? Anything
Yeah,
for
you
Corvus?
guys might not know this. Corvus is a homosexual.
Huh.
So yeah, you could.
See, he wasn't flamboyant about it. You didn't know.
Now you
It's one of
do.
those things.
I no longer wish to help Corvus.
That's
I'm just
not.
kidding. He's asexual.
Uh-oh.
I no longer wish to
I
live.
don't.
I can't support that.
You wish to make a belief based on his sexuality? Is that why you brought it up?
No, maybe I should. What do you guys think?
Is he actually gay?
Yes, he
Yeah,
is.
he actually is.
He is homosexual.
Interesting.
Is there a wish?
I wanted to play a straight gay character who wasn't like, I'm gay. He's just kind of like, I'm gay.
you feel like maybe you want to make a belief based on trying to find
I think that'd be an
romantic
interesting,
I will
interest.
take on
find
it.
the perfect dick.
Oh wait, I found it. It's
Best.
mine.
The second best dick.
Actually, because he has aspirations to start his own family line, I think it will be.
Yeah, how do you?
You have to pretend.
I mean, people did medieval,
Pretend?
people in
Yeah.
medieval times did it all the time. You know, they had their wife that they bore children with, and then like on the side they.
You know, had that thing. That's how it works, Brett. Don't you know what gay sex is like?
No, it looks like I'm imitating it right now. That's what it looks like.
I don't like this.
See, when you want to make a goal towards finding a family or finding a lover, or both.
Like he's gay in sexuality, but he doesn't want a gay lover because
That's gay.
It's just
no, because he's like it's pointless. I want to start a family line.
Right.
So do you want to change one of these beliefs into?
I'll change. I will. I will try to start a family line. Become a noble and start a family line, and I'll bring those I trust with me. Kind of an expansion on that one.
I see. And start a family line. Bring those I trust with me. All right. Anything else?
Yep.
Yep.
No.
No. Okay. Anything for Boniface you wish to change based on what's happened last session?
No.
Okay. Moving on to Lucius then. Let's see. Where is
New
your...
belief.
All right.
Corvus is suddenly attractive.
New belief. I have a sneaking suspicion that I no longer like Corvus.
new belief. Burn all the homos.
Burn the homos.
Become sexually intolerant of gays.
First, we gotta see if Lucius deserves any Arthur points from last session.
Well, were you sexually intolerant of gays?
Yes.
Yes, take a fate point for your first belief for taking on Gerdra's task, because you know that it's going to end up, hopefully, clearing Corvus's name.
Yes. Okay.
So you're on the path there. Do what I feel is the right thing. Again, I guess, yeah, that would compound with the same kind of taking on Gerdra's task.
So another one?
Yeah,
Or is
another
that-
2 fate points.
Oh, cool.
Alright, is there anything you want to tack on to the end of your third belief? I would shake the beliefs of our Garcon, or something you wish to, like, do?
I mean that in the most minor of like how I was fucking with the guard.
Oh, like, just...
I just want to
Messing with
like.
people?
I just want to like mental. I just want. All right. Can I change it to, I will mind fuck everyone? Because that's what I want.
I will mind...
Freak.
Honestly, like, I guess what you're basically saying is your guy's petty and he just likes to make people feel bad because he can.
Yes. He likes. All right. He likes to be. He likes to show that he's smarter and better than.
That kind of
everyone.
sounds more like an instinct, though, than a belief, personally.
Well, then, can I change my belief to I am distrustful of the king and his people, and then change I will mind fuck everyone as an instinct
Yeah, you want to make the belief I am distrustful.
of the king and his people? Yeah.
And the homosexuals.
Yeah. Them too.
And his people, and which instinct you wish to replace to have the mind fuck.
The I am distrustful of the king and his people.
Oh, you want to make
Yeah, I
that?
want to reverse them.
I see.
Because an instinct of being distrustful, I mean, yeah, it's a good instinct, but I think that's more of a belief.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
it's,
see that.
that's something you role play out. It's not really like something you do. That action B, action A causes reaction B.
All right. All right. I think that's good so far. Anything? Unless there's something else you want to bring up? for fate points, or I mean Arthur points, or if there's anything you wish to change further.
Would there be one for I will always protect my friends?
I'll do anything to protect my friends.
Yes.
Yes, take a fate point for that.
Sweet.
Anything else you wish to change?
That's it.
All right, then going on to Dolan.
No.
Oh,
Super D in here.
all right. Another fate point, Dolan, for gain wealth from the wealthy. For you literally gaining wealth from a wealthy person. Not like the way you probably want to do it, but it still happened.
Is knowledge considered wealth?
Oh, yeah, wealth's kind of a general term.
Oh yeah, I gotta remember my accent.
Accent.
Oh, geez.
Gain martial prowess with knife crossbow.
You know what? I might start coming on to you with that kind of accent because
Wait,
that's a pretty
what?
gay accent.
Wait, what?
He has a cane in his.
He's gonna come on to you, Brett.
His person has a cane.
Who? You?
Corvus.
Yeah. It's pretty homosexual friendly accent.
He's gotta burn you. It's in his instincts.
You don't have your cane with you, Brett, so you can't play that character.
Actually, I can. You wanna know why, Chip? Cause fuck are you?
No.
I'll
Okay.
become what I hate.
I'll become what I hate.
Anything you wish to change, Dolan? Beliefs,
the king
instincts
of
wise,
people
based
are
on what's
gay.
happened, like anything involving the
King
dolls,
of gay people.
anything involving your new like job.
What is that?
Job.
What are those? What does that title like give you? What rights do you?
If you need help with like wording, I believe you can just ask, and I'll try to help you word
Right,
something.
I feel like
I gain
can do,
100% control
beliefs
over
and
all
instincts.
things rainbow.
I feel like I don't need anything
I,
like that.
You sure?
Rainbows are
I'm,
my
I'm
command.
also.
Because I mean, it's sometimes good
my
because you want to
realm
collect those
is,
persona
gay
points.
pride.
It's good to have a belief that has a goal
And,
because if you complete that goal, I get you a persona point for it.
My banner, my avatar.
So you can
banner
you can
thing,
tack on something to the end of that
He's a
first
sphincter.
belief, like gain wealth from
I
the
figured
wealthy,
Right,
like
don't
something you
forget
wish
your
to
stable full of
do
unicorns.
based on that belief.
True. But they're not horns. It's more like unit dicks.
Same thing with like any release. Basically, you can tack on something at the end of it as a goal. So if you complete that goal, you get a persona point for it.
And my abomination is the dickhead that the three of us created.
That's something that Dolan wishes to like accomplish in the near future or even the far future.
Find out what's behind
Door number
the
one.
dolls.
All right, what do you wish to replace that with? The last one?
See the mighty fly.
Find out.
And this
What's-
is the one where you see the mighty fall.
The
Because
dolls.
I'm going to kill Orion.
He's gonna die. But he's not gonna be able to see it if you do it while you're in that room.
He's not going to be able to see me kill him?
I mean, depending on where you do
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wonder if I can stealth and sneakily kill Orion. That would mind fuck everyone.
That would.
Like, no one would know how to react.
Or to get you in trouble.
That get you.
I would
the
imagine
points.
so, yes.
I mean, I can
Anything
see
else,
it in
Dolan?
everyday people.
Wish to
like,
change or wish to
just like annoying
ask me
people
for
and stuff.
points?
I can see that getting you in trouble quite often. Like,
Okay.
you annoy a guard, he's gonna draw a sword.
Right. And finally
And then I'm going to
is
do battle.
Bragan.
No, his name
Yeah.
is
Sarveus, please.
Oh yeah. Okay, Serveus.
Amanda, please.
Thank you.
I'll put Serveus in
Amanda,
parentheses.
Anywho, well, keep it just as an alias,
Shut your whore mouth.
considering it is only an alias.
All right. The more madness I spread, the more powerful I become.
I don't really think I spread any madness last time.
You haven't actually used your rituals in a while. It's understandable why you haven't. Just
Be kind of suspicious.
Well, the madness wouldn't necessarily come just from the rituals. though.
right. I know. What
It
you
was
mean.
just, just
I was just saying. No orc
Seeming
wants help.
doubt.
They only want to use or torture you. Again, I haven't really had contact with many orcs besides.
Mama Wuja. I
Yeah.
mean,
But you've
I'll
kind
say
of.
I've been kind of like the only role playing I've been doing in that is like watching what I say around them. I
Right.
haven't really been doing anything groundbreaking at all.
Gain large following through fear of magical prowess, and you wish to marry into the family. But that hasn't really
Progressed at all yet?
not yet. Not yet. Have you? Is there any major lies you did that got you into trouble last session?
And he's constantly lying.
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
this.
honestly, let's bring this up now because it's kind of relevant. Nathan, you kind of stonewalled me last session when I was trying to bring up a point about a lie you told, when I thought it was kind of obvious that it was a lie. Like let me explain myself before like.
No.
Yeah.
Go on.
Like when we found that orcish symbol, and I used my symbology to say it was Orcish, and you kind of jumped the gun. You said, "Oh, that's Orcish," and my guy questioned it.
No, I didn't say it was Orcish though. I said they would know about that, or that you would know about that.
Yeah, no, but
I was
it was before I
relating-
told. Yeah, but it was before I actually even said.
No, you. That's why I brought it up.
Now
because
Will
you
had said I saw it was Orcish. I hadn't actually physically said it yet.
Oh, I was
So-
thinking. I was assuming you would have said it.
Yeah, and I just think my guy turned to you and he's like, "How do you know Orcish?" And you're like, "Cause they dealt with orcs, so I assume it's Orcish." And I was like, "What?"
Thoughtfully,
Because that's
I
why.
really connect the dots there.
I was pretty sure that you had said something, but if
Well, like-
not, then
Well, like,
I meant
well,
to. That's
well,
all.
like my guy, like my thought process was like, that makes it like if you were talking to me because I know a little bit of German,
Yeah, yeah.
and you assume the next language you see is German, even if it's like Chinese.
Yeah, well, he knows German. Is that?
That writing over there is obviously German. That's Korean.
Matt, what is this number in German?
40, VFC.
Now, what is this number?
In Korean, but German.
That's Korean German?
Oh, Korean German. I thought you were just saying 5 in German.
No.
No, in Korea German.
I have no clue what Korean is.
I appreciate you being
Yeah, so
honest because you
for
could
story
have
purposes,
said anything and I would have believed it.
for story purposes, as we move on to the story, we'll move on from the point. But in the future, you gotta watch your mouth, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Watch your mouth. Okay.
That's
I'm
player
kinda-
knowledge.
I'm kind of intentionally giving
Letting
them, like,
things slip.
yeah, letting things slip.
Yeah.
So it
Well, I
keeps
mean, you're
things
lucky.
interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not really any consequence around Boniface. He doesn't even know who Brosnan is. These two guys would have to explain to him. He'd be like, "Oh, that guy sounds pretty gnarly."
Yeah, yeah.
Now, if Corvus was out of prison and they found out it was you, you might find yourself dead again, like
Yeah, yeah.
right away. I killed you.
Well, I'm a dwarf. I have short legs, but I can run.
You better dig fast, boy. Dig fast.
All right.
You got the gay man after you.
So-
and he
so-
got the hammer.
Was there any lies that you can think of, Brogan, from last session that got you in any trouble?
Well, that's what I was saying. That like, if that was the
Oh,
deal,
yeah.
Yeah, if that
You could've-
would have
you-
gotten me in trouble, then
Yes.
well, we kind of ended on that point, so I would have been like,
yeah.
And so, unfortunately, I'm not seeing all the points for Mr. Serveus from last session. Oh, his sleep is a little quiet.
"Oh, cool! Everybody gets a little title."
Yeah, I gave him titles.
What's my title?
The sword.
Yeah.
Brogan's the madness, Dolan's the criminal, and Corvus is the bastard.
The gay bastard.
The gay.
Hey, man.
Did you just decide that you were going to be gay?
No, me and Will discussed it a few weeks ago. I mean, I kind of always thought about it and planned it a little bit,
Yeah.
but I didn't reveal it to Will until a few weeks ago. In fact, I was probably going to reveal it in character tonight. Like, Boniface was just kind of bring it up, like, yeah, you guys didn't know. Kinda-
Be like,
Oh.
Maybe there's a chance they're gonna fall.
Alright, so, now that that's...
1%.
Unless Brogan, you can make a good case for Arthur points, I'm afraid I can't think of any, for
I
you.
couldn't really think of any right now.
There-
Guys,
Is there
they're
any-
gonna go everywhere.
oh.
They're gonna go everywhere, and we're gonna lose like half of them.
No. Is there any beliefs or instincts you wish to change? Serveus?
Your turn.
No.
Wow.
Let me look through them real quick. I think they're pretty descriptive of how I'd imagine he would be reacting, or how his
Yeah,
personality.
Just a reminder, like I said to you guys, if something big happens during the session, you're always free to stop what's going on and say, hey, I need to change a belief real quick because of what just happened. I'd be like, okay. Don't forget that.
So the second I find out that Corvus is gay,
You can change a belief if you wish.
I will burn Corvus alive.
You're very intolerant, aren't you?
Yeah, very. I'm racist. I'm sexist.
You know what? I
and
will
I hate
change
gay
some.
people.
Hooray. What are you going to change?
I'm gonna add a little.
Tack on the end of one?
Yeah, on my second belief
You're
being
making too big of a deal
find a
out of
way
it.
to kill Mama Wuja.
Find
He
a
doesn't
way
even
to
partake that
kill
often.
Mama
Doesn't matter.
Wuja.
Just the fact that I didn't know. You betrayed my trust, man. You betrayed my trust.
Honestly, he wasn't hiding it. It just never came up in conversation. He would have told you.
That's something you let people know.
If
If we have to be in the same living area, you let me know.
It's not like a pedophile where you have to go around like the neighborhood letting everybody know.
No, it's worse because you don't let people know.
All right. Well, if that's that with Broggan, anything else? Okay. Well, we're gonna start.
Makes it feel better. He doesn't like elves.
Okay, okay.
And we're going to start tonight with Dolan and his discovery. So, Dolan, we left off last with you. You had discovered that,
Are we all together?
I mean, you're in the middle of questioning.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
the same night. You guys are free to stay if you want to.
So,
You know the
You have to.
we don't stay. No, we do not.
So, yeah, right now, you're basically back out. It's the middle of the night. You're back out in the city at the hole where you had buried this thing.
yeah,
You see the sack is still there. Yeah, you see the footprints in the sack and the hole. Actually, the way it's been unburied, like you see, like the sack, like has been like the hole hasn't been like completely unburied. It's been like enough to where the sack top can like snake out, and it's
So
open.
clearly they ripped their way out of it.
Yeah, it's what it looks like. As from what you can tell, like it was dug up from the inside.
Can I try using my tracking to see how far I can follow the footprints?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
It will be a obstacle, let's say 4, because these footprints are pretty small, and it's the middle of the night.
I'm training it, and my aptitude's 5, so I roll 5 dice.
Yes. Well, no. Training it, and it's based whatever it's based off of from your stats. Tracking, I'd imagine, is based off of perception. So it's still 5 dice, but aptitude just means you need 5 tests in order to open it up. That's a skill.
Yeah.
So you're rolling 5 dice against obstacle 8, because since you're untrained, it's double obstacle. But first, tell me what your... Oh yeah, I think you're rolling one of the directional dice. And you can also tell me what if you can like make a good reason to fork stuff in, you can get bonus dice.
Ooh, a serious.
Maybe, yeah,
I'll fork that into everything.
it works though. Wises are pretty good for forks. That's basically what they're used for. I would give you Assassin Wise because, you know, Assassin Wise would be good for tracking. So you can have bonus dice for
My notebook over there? Where's mine?
the
Is that
purple
it right
one?
there?
Maybe.
Maybe street. Well, I thought street was. I mean, I know where.
Well, yeah, no. Streetwise is it a skill you have?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you Streetwise and Assassin Wise. 2 dice, extra dice to your pull. So 7. Yeah, if there's anything else, you can tell me.
So I have to have 8 successes.
Mm-hmm. In order to just tell me what's your task and intent. You wish to track.
Observation? No. Well, I'm observing the footprints.
That's true. You have observation as a skill right here, or is it something you're still training?
Training.
And you can't take forks from training, unfortunately.
Oh, no forks or 1 fork from
Oh,
training?
no forks, unfortunately. So you still have your 7 dice against obstacle 8 for now. But if, like I said, like when you roll these dice, you tell me your task and intent, and your task obviously is to track these footprints, but your intent can be a way to tell me what you want to happen if you fail. Like say you want to say like I want to be able to track. I don't want to waste too much time tracking these tracks. I want to do it quickly. And that means I'll say like, okay, if you fail, you still manage to track the tracks, but it takes you like a good portion of the night. Or you can say, I want to track these tracks, but I want to do it without being noticed by the guards. I can say, okay, you managed to follow the tracks, but right when you got to get to the end of them, guards will notice you.
Well, what would guards even? What would the problem be with guards?
Well, there's kind of a curfew going on, like happens in the kingdom, especially around the noble quarters, because you're in the noble quarter. Well, no, you're in the slums. That's right. You buried it in the slums. So I guess, yeah, it wouldn't matter right now with the
Do
slums.
stealth and inconspicuous.
Yeah, you can use stealth as a fork also,
Oh. Okay.
and inconspicuous too.
Well, wouldn't that be so I don't get caught, and this is if I follow the tracks? Would it be 2 different?
But yeah, we can do a link test if you want to. We can do link like stealth, tracking, and then if there's something else you want to have, you can either use stealth as a fork, or we can do a linked test where you're stealthing and tracking. It's up to you.
I feel like fork would help me get where I'm wanting to go.
So you want to use stealth as a fork?
Yeah.
Alright. Now you're going 8 on 8.
I was gonna say inconspicuous so the guards don't notice me. Could I use that as a fork? Or?
Yes, it's
Okay.
appropriate. So 9 on 8.
Well,
If there's before, I don't know if you have any persona points, but you can also pump in persona before you roll if it's really important to you to track these tracks.
I'm gonna do 1.
All right, you can spend 1 persona point,
So,
so you get a bonus dice. You have up to 3, so you can spend 3 persona points on 1 roll and get 3 bonus dice if you want.
No.
Just 1.
Well, no.
You got a 6. Let's see, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes. You need 8. Wait, did you roll? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I
use
think
inconspicuous, assassin wise.
I think you're missing a dice though. You can roll 1 more because you spent a persona point. You're supposed to be rolling. I think you're rolling 10 versus 8 because you had 9 with all your forks and then you spent a persona point. So
Is that a pass?
yes. So you have 6 successes. You have 1 that's a 6. So if you want, you can explode that with a fate point and re-roll it. You can do that. Oh, you can do it again.
What he did?
How many was that? Let's see. It was 5, 6,
Extra one.
7.
So I need 1 more.
You need 1 more success.
Can I use another persona point? That put me at 4 persona points.
Well, you're usually supposed to do that before you roll.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Otherwise, I would have said you could, but I can't follow the rules, Chip. You were very close, though. You do get your test for tracking. Let's not forget that, so you should get something. So wait, where's your task and intent? So I can tell you what happens since you failed.
To just to see how far I can follow the tracks without being noticed by the guards.
Alright. I'm going to give you your, test. I need to remember where this... I think it's in the 70s. There we go. Alright, you rolled 9 dice. Well, 8 dice. You don't want to, I don't count Artha point. You don't count Artha. So 8. No. Yeah? No. 9? How many did you roll besides the Artha points?
So I had 5 to begin with.
Yeah, and you forked in inconspicuous, stealth, streetwise, assassin-wise. That's it, right? No, yeah, that's it. So you had 9 versus 8 was what you had. So 9 versus 8 is a difficult test for tracking. Oh wait, you just are you?
It's being alarmed.
Yeah, you're just trying. I'll say you just get a test. Doesn't matter what kind it is. You just
Yeah.
need tests.
I need 5 of those.
Yep. All right. So okay. So you follow the tracks a good ways. They lead like far. Like they come down from the little tiny tracks. They're kind of hard to track too. These things like once they leave the soft dirt, you're basically following like flecks of dirt, like little like smudge prints. It's very hard to track this thing, but you follow it all the way up until you get to like the 2 buildings, the guard halls and the barracks where the soldiers stay, until you are noticed by some guards who are just kind of patrolling the area, and they seem to be approaching you, weapons drawn.
Could I try flee?
You can try and flee. They're telling you to stop and stay where you are, just so you know they're talking to you.
I'm gonna try and run.
All right. Well, we're gonna do opposing speed test then, my good sir. There's 2 guards who are gonna be trying to chase you down. So I'm just gonna roll. Their speed is 4. I'm gonna get a bonus dice because there's 2 of them. You just roll your speed.
So 4 dice.
Yes. You can try and fork anything if you wish to this speed roll.
2% of points.
You can put 2 persona points into it.
Yeah.
Fine by me. So you got a 5 total. 6 total.
Yeah.
There's anything you wish to try and fork?
Maybe if I'm running and I can turn a corner or something.
Streetwise?
Yeah.
Yep, I'll give you that.
And if I can't, well, I'll save stealth for it if I do get away.
Okay.
It just makes more sense that way.
Alrighty. Let's see what happens.
I think I did it.
Let's see. They're actually going to spend one of their fate points.
Oh shit.
But no. They only got 3 successes, and you, oh my god, everyone was a success. Alright, you are used to this sort of running away from guards thing. You sprint off in a dead heat and leave them in the dust before they even know what happens. I don't even get a good look at you the way you run. They have no chance of catching up to you anytime soon.
So what kind of test was it?
That was... How many dice did you roll? They were rolling 5.
I used 2.
Yeah, so don't count those. You're just rolling your 4.
Yeah, for speed, and then streetwise was the next one.
Yeah, okay. So 5 dice versus 5. That's a difficult test for speed.
Where would well,
Yeah, get out of here. You'll... Difficult. There you go. Alright. So you outrun these guards very easily. What are you going to try to do now?
Well, I don't want to get caught, so I'll probably just return home.
Well, home is either back at the barracks where you just were, where you know you have, like, whenever you join the SS, they all have their own, like, beds. That's where you found the doll, was on your bed in the residential room of the barracks.
Where didn't I put them somewhere? Both of
The
them?
dolls.
Yeah.
Oh, you found your doll in the bed. And you
Yeah,
found
but-
your doll and you took it with you, I'd imagine.
The one that's based off of Lucius is missing.
Yeah. It was also not in the sack. It seems they both had escaped somehow.
That was a great power I had over Lucius.
It was a great power you had.
I was going to use it too eventually.
But your home right now is back at the barracks where the guards just ran you off. But I mean, you can try and sneak back in there. They didn't see you. They don't know who you are. But it's either that or going back and sleeping in the streets for the night. Not that you're unaccustomed to it.
You think they said they didn't get a good look at me, so
Nope.
if I go back to the barracks.
Yeah, you just gotta be careful. You don't want to be spotted because you're not supposed to be out this late. It
uh,
doesn't matter down below, like where the dwarves and stuff are, but up at top where all the nobles are, they kind of have a curfew because, you know, the nobles are scared of people coming in and killing them.
Would that be
Very paranoid.
a stealth, like a stealth scene?
You're gonna try and sneak back
Yeah.
to the. Yep, there'll be a stealth. I know what to roll for a city's observation. I'll give you a bonus dice because it's at night, so there aren't as many people. It's easier for you to sneak around. So take a bonus dice to your stealth already. If there's anything you wish to try and fork into.
Streetwise.
Yep, that's appropriate because you're in the streets.
So
Yeah, I'm rolling 5 dice, by the way. If there's anything else you wish to do. Nope, okay. Let's see. Okay.
well, not so good.
Not too good. What was your total though? My total dice you rolled? 6.
Six,
And I rolled 5. Just keep this.
Wait, is that? Yeah, 3 successes. I think.
I got 4 successes. So what was your task and intent?
To sneakily see if I could sneak. No.
Just trying to sneak back into your room without, like,
Yeah.
without getting caught.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Fuck, I keep losing where this. I'm gonna make a note once I find it again. Here it is. A piece of paper. I'm sorry if this is important. Alright, so you rolled 6 dice versus my 5 dice. That is a difficult test for stealth. Alright, well.
How many difficulties do I need?
To get, what's your stealth at right now?
4.
Get from 4 to 5?
Yeah.
You need 3 difficulties and 1 challenging.
Alright.
Okay. Well, The guards are still gone from when they tried to chase you. You imagine they're probably still out trying to look for you somewhere. You get back into the barracks, and you almost make it back to your room until you hear a voice clear their throat before, like you're right about to enter where the residential place is, about to get to the beds, when someone clears their throat from behind you. What do you wish to do?
You turn to face him.
Alright. You see that it is a fellow SS member. He is called, let me pull him out actually, to have him as a character sheet in here. You don't know him by name. You've heard of him though. He is a kind of a boisterous fellow. You imagine he's probably some sort of hoity-toity noble who for some reason wants to be part of the SS. He holds himself up pretty highly amongst his peers, even though he looks no older than like 16 or 17. He had been sitting at a table near the entranceway into the residential place, and he was sipping what you could assume might be some sort of wine when he clears his throat. And he looks on at you, kind of like a wicked grin on his face. And he says, "And what are you doing out so late?" Kind of shifting his wine around.
What's it to you?
Well, just seems a little suspicious, you know? It's curfew. Man's supposed to be out past curfew. Must have a pretty good reason.
It's one of my night terrors. I usually, go out for a walk, clear my mind, or return to bed. It's something I usually do. Wasn't thinking of the curfew.
Would you like to make me a falsehood against this guy? You may have an advantage dice because it is a believable lie. Are you trained in falsehood? Are you training it? Are you trained in it?
No, but you'd think I would be. Yeah.
You're working on it though?
Yeah.
Alright. Falsehood is based off your will, I believe. So what is your will?
3.
3? Alright, so you're rolling 4 dice, and it's going to be based off his will, which is 4, but since it's a versus test and you're untrained, 2 successes count as 1 success. So if you want to, you can add persona points now, and then if you happen to get 6s, you may still spend fate points.
I'll add 1% point. I'm using them all this game.
You are. Pumping them in.
So I'm at 5.
Yes, if you're adding 1 persona point, you are. And he's at 4. So, maybe you get lucky. Maybe I'll roll horrible. But yeah, don't forget, 2 successes equal 1 success because you were untrained.
And how many successes do I need?
Depends on how many he gets. You just gotta beat him. So if you want, I'll roll first. If you wanna base that on what you're gonna do next. Fortunately, he's gonna spend a fate point, one of his 2, and get 4 successes total.
So it would be kind of impossible, huh?
Pretty close, unless you manage to like pull out your ass and get a bunch of 6s.
Fuck it. Shouldn't have done that. Famous last words. Fuck.
Fuck it. Don't forget to add it that you got a test though.
2 false.
He kind of just nods his head and places his drink down and sits up. He still is dressed in, well, he's not dressed in armor. He's like dressed in a nightgown, but it's a very fancy one at that. And he says, "I'll be straight with you, Dolan. I don't believe you. Because I know who you are, and I know what you were, and I think you're passing curfew for more than just sleepwalking. Well, that's okay. Totally not against doing the illegals. Everyone's got to do that every now and then. Just want you to be honest with me. What are you doing out at this time?"
The honest? No.
He's gonna think I'm crazy.
I mean, in a way, that kind of is honest.
What are you gonna say?
That I was a night terror and I was getting out to clear my mind about it.
In a way, but he's in a way, but just though usually I wouldn't like don't normally ask for falsehood tests, but he specifically is thinking you're gonna lie to him. That's why I had you do that.
And what kind of power does this person have?
He's about the same level as you. He might be you might think he's a noble, but even if he is, he's positioned as an SS member, just like yourself. Doesn't matter who his parents are or anything. He's just like you.
Well, I'm gonna say no offense, kid, but I don't feel the need to explain myself to you.
Oh, hey, okay, fine. You know, not trying to get all in your face or anything. I just was trying to see if maybe if you had a good enough reason to be out. I don't know. He turns around and sits back down, takes a sip of his drink. He says, you want some?
I'll pass.
I don't know, if you're really out for night terrors, I hear wine's a pretty good remedy for that. Settle your nerves. He says, taking another drink. You see there's a bottle that's on the table as well.
Sure, may as well.
That's the spirit. You pull up a seat next to him, or you just stand there. He'll hand you a goblet.
I'll pour my own.
Okay. You pour it out, and it's dark, and it smells nice, like it's finely made. Just have a drink. He's raising up his goblet as it like to toast you for taking a drink himself.
Take a little sip.
It's very strong. I don't know if Dolan's experienced with drinking alcohol, but if he's not, he probably would find this particularly disgusting because of how strong it is. And he says, "Oh, let's keep the honesty going here. I don't know if you know who I am, but I'm Keenly Cobalt. I used to be part of a very prestigious noble family until I was kicked in here. And turns out you don't get a lot of respect being a SS guy. Don't got many friends. So I kind of took advantage of you being out here. Wanted to try and twist you around and make you into an ally of sorts, but you know, maybe that's the wrong approach. Maybe we can be friends the legitimate way."
Well, I don't see why not.
Wonderful. Great. That's good. That's great. Great, good. Do you like to drink?
A little strong for my taste.
Oh yeah, you'll get used to it. It's an acquired taste, I'm told. I don't really like it that much myself, but it calms me down when I get angry sometimes. Well, it was nice having this talk with you, Dylan. I think it might turn in. I don't know about you, but you know, be careful out there. Not many people will be friendly like me if they catch you wandering out too late.
So, is that a question or a statement?
Just a statement. Just be careful. And
Dude,
yeah, maybe we could hang out sometime, get to know each other better. You know, it's not easy being an SS guy and not having many friends. Yeah. With that, he pats the table and just stands up, leaving his drink and the wine behind, and heads into the residential area.
what time is it?
It's probably at this point close to like 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
You probably find it weird that someone's even awake at this hour.
So he goes off, huh?
Yeah, he goes back into where everyone's sleeping in their bunk beds and whatnot.
Alright, I guess I'll take my dollar out the sack. Nobody's looking.
Yeah, you don't see anyone around.
I'll kind of like barely poke at it with a knife and see if it's any more intense or if it's
Where are you poking at it?
just the back.
You do feel an intense, like, pressure on your back as you poke it with your knife.
Nothing more than before. Or I notice it has more details.
Yeah, it's got more details. I mean, it feels more like a giant knife is poking you in the back. Like it feels like what you could imagine this doll could be feeling.
Alright, well, just after all that, do I have like a chest or anything?
Yeah, everyone in the residential place has like it's all bunk beds, but there's a chest on either side of the beds for the owner to put their stuff in.
I guess I'll just gently put the doll in there, lock it, and try to get a good night's sleep.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's pull in. Who's gonna be next? Not Cervez. Corvus. Get pull Matt in. He's next. Who's next?
Corvus.
Corvus.
I'm in jail. I don't get to do nothing.
You are in jail, but someone wants to do something with you.
No, really?
Yeah. Yeah. So you can sit over here. I mean,
No, I'm good.
you were recently awoken in the middle of the night by a horrible nightmare,
Mhm.
which you can vaguely remember, and you're awoken by the sound of someone calling your name in a very familiar kind of tone, friendly tone.
Who's out there?
You look and see that there's moonlight coming in from the small window at the top of your cell, and it's kind of like shining into the room, so it's really not that dark. And you see on the other side is a figure. The voice, while sounding familiar, doesn't really match up with who this person looks like. He's at least like 6 foot tall, if not taller. Looks really muscle bound. He's like dressed in like dark leather armor, and he has one hand kind of sticking into the other side, waving at you. And he said, in a kind of a hushed tone, "Hey, Corvus. Hey, man, it's me. It's me, Travis. Remember me?
How'd you
From-
get in here?
From this morning.
How'd you get in here?
Oh, the king sent me.
King wants to relay a message to me?
No, I guess. He kind of wanted me to give you something."
Yeah, what's that?
He pulls his hand back in, and you hear him, like, shuffling around. It's kind of, like, dark where he is, so you can't really see him that clearly, that you can see into your cell, and the hand comes back, revealing a book. It's a familiar-looking book, one that you remember reading while you were riding with the entourage. He says, "He wanted me to give you this. He says you might be bored in here with nothing to do."
I mean, it's a pleasant surprise, but I still haven't learned to read.
Well, here, you can practice with this, and maybe if he can help teach you, or I can come teach you. I know how to read.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it hard?
Not particularly. I mean, once you get going, I mean, you get going, man.
Well, I appreciate it. So, like, you had to, like, get a pass to come here or something? From my understanding, I'm on pretty high lockdown.
Oh yeah, you are. But I mean, king's orders. Not many people go against that, you know.
Yeah. So, if he likes me so much, could you ask him why I'm in here?
I mean, I could, but he really doesn't have, from what I could gather, doesn't have much sway in this whole political business. You know, people might respect him, but it's really the nobles who call the shots.
Yeah, isn't that fantastic? He's king, yet he can't really do anything about this.
Yeah, I'm sure he feels sorry for you. I know I do.
Yeah, thanks. So, any word on the outside? When is my head supposed to go onto the block?
Beats me, man. I'm afraid I just relay messages to the king. I'm only telling you things I may have heard, rumors and such. I don't know much of the inside.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm asking. What have you heard? Anything?
About your, like, sentence?
Yeah. And what's my reputation on the outside right now?
Well,
What are they saying about me?
like mixed signals. You get lots of people who talking about you guys being those demon spawn killers, which, like I said before, is kind of ridiculous, but people are talking about it, like, kind of respecting you guys almost, but there's also the other half who thinks you guys should all face death for betraying the king's orders and whatnot. You know, all the same jazz.
So, wait. Like, let me get this straight. We're in trouble because we didn't obey the king's orders. but
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily want me in this prison cell.
Well, no. I think he knows that it's a little more complicated than what the nobles want to think. But like I said, there's really nothing you can do when you have like nobles focused on a goal. It's kind of hard.
Yeah. Look, I have a question for you. I don't know how well versed you are in noble affairs or anything like that.
Well,
But I have a quick question. Is there any nobles that might be like either neutral or sympathetic to our cause, or my cause? Really, you don't have a dog in the fight.
well, I mean, sorry, but I'm really not. Never was really interested in the nobles. Before I was before I was an SS guy, I was kind of like your friend Dolan.
Hey, not to bug y'all.
What's that?
Just we were kind of wondering if we could run to the gas station real quick.
Yeah.
Y'all are finished. Do you think there's enough time?
I think it'll be okay.
Okay, cool.
He says, I was kind of like your friend Dolan there. I was kind of, bad guy, criminal,
Criminal.
before I was taken up, so I never really
How did
was.
a criminal learn to read?
Well, it takes more than just stealing people's pockets to get where you need to go. Sometimes you gotta be able to read,
Yeah,
It
I
helps.
guess so.
It helps.
Oh yeah, I bet it does. I wish I had learned to read a long time ago.
Yeah, it's kind of useful.
It's kind of a regret I have. I probably had the resources considering my dad's a noble and all.
Well, now you got your second chance, he says, tapping the book.
Yeah, I guess life's full of second chances.
Sure, that's a good way to think about it.
Oh,
Oh, not FF. Not FF.
there's something I need to ask you though.
What's that?
So, I mean, the king has you running errands now. Have you gotten like promoted or something? Or you just,
Yeah, I guess you could call it a promotion. Kind of a change in stations. You remember that I got shot in the back of the neck, right?
yeah, that was pretty. Yeah, I thought you were dead.
Yeah, it was a pain in the neck. I didn't like it that much. I actually died.
Yeah. Hey, did you like make it to the other side or no, not quite?
If I did, I don't remember.
Well, okay, just curious. All those great life questions and all, you could answer a few of them.
Right. I know how you feel. I was kind of disappointed too when I couldn't remember anything. But
Well, if it was important, I guess it'll come to you.
yeah, that's very true. But oh yeah, I'm not with the SS anymore. I'm one of what they call them the Black Knights. I'm a Black Knight now.
Oh wow! So that one Black Knight that died, I guess you took his position.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, I mean, look, I know you're a Black Knight now. That's great. I'm really happy for you, dude. I just have, like, would it be possible for you to do me a favor?
What's that?
Well, how much does the king know about the dwarves?
You mean the ones here in the kingdom?
Yeah. There's this one dwarf that I was locked up with in here. And I don't know. He kind of dressed in a, what's what I'm looking for, manner that wasn't, he didn't dress like a wealthy person. Though he kept claiming he was noble.
Like a plebeian?
Yeah, he dressed exactly like a plebeian.
Huh.
I use that term exactly. He didn't care for it too much. He found it rather insulting. I was just saying, I call him like I see him.
I heard dwarves can be pretty touchy about stuff like that.
Yeah, well,
What's up with the dwarf, though? Why are you so curious about him?
because he got dragged out of here by a ritualing of dwarves in nice armor and a woman, a female dwarf, who looked like she was of some importance. I just think it's like it's all a little strange, right? I mean, or am I just,
Well-
just unaware of dwarven culture?
Well, the dwarves here are kind of hush-hush, but, the big thing about them being a family and sticking together, I guess it's not big of a surprise if he's really an important guy that they'll go out this way to go get him. They kind of like to stick together.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I guess when you hang around human nobles, they flaunt their wealth. They wear nice clothes, but he was, well, I don't know if you saw him. He was right there on the battlefield with us.
The guy with the goat?
Yeah, they grabbed him. Yeah, the guy with the goat. He has a goddamn goat. How is that noble?
I don't know. It's kind of weird. Maybe recently changed positions since being attacked.
I don't know, man. But could you just do me a favor and look into it if it's at all possible? I mean,
Looking at the dwarf.
well, I mean, just in the whole situation. Like, why would a dwarf be, you know? Why would a noble be with a goat in the middle of nowhere, outside of the city, dressed like that? It all seems rather weird to me.
I can talk to the king, but he's always had problems with the dwarves and them being so hush hush and keep it in the family kind of thing.
I understand, you know, if poking around is causing you risk to yourself, you know, don't get yourself killed again. I don't know how many times it can be brought back before it's an issue.
He kind of laughs and like you hear him like kind of pad his armor. He says, "I wouldn't worry about that too much. I'm practically invincible now. It's pretty great."
But yeah, how's that?
Well, I really can't get into the details, but I'm kind of not the same Travis as I used to be. I'm a little different.
Oh yeah, how so? Are you some kind of monster that took on his personality? So you're basically Travis?
Well, come look. He says you see him like him gesturing his hand over.
Alright, well I step up closer to him.
All right, you see that he is much larger than he used to be. Like Travis himself was like a smallish kind of
Yeah,
guy,
yeah.
like Dolan. He's like at least doubled his weight and girth and all that. You see that he's holding the book, and he's also holding what looks like some kind of like leather helmet mask combination thing that he'd normally wear with his armor. And his head's revealed, and you see that his face is completely pale, so pale that you can see like the veins in the face, and they're like pitch black, and his eyes are kind of like fogged over as if he's probably blind. And his hair, which used to be brown, is now like snow white. He looks completely different than the Travis he used to be. And he
Wow.
smiles at you and says, "So what do you think? Pretty cool, huh?"
Did it hurt?
Well, I was dead during it, so
Oh.
I heard that it's supposed to hurt, but if you're dead, then it doesn't.
Oh, so you can get this deal done if you're alive or dead?
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Can't go into too many details about it, but
honestly, all I can say is it looks like you get used to the sun, and it looks like you've been eating a lot. Growing boy.
oh yeah, there's like positives and negatives. Can't really show my face too much. Oh yeah, by the way, don't tell the king that I told you who I was and all
Oh,
that.
okay.
I'm supposed to be dead, like
Oh.
dead.
Oh, okay. I understand. You're basically they probably sent a letter to your family that if you had any.
No, that's kind of also part of the reason probably why they let me be this guy, because
Okay, well,
I
if
don't
you
really have
would've-
any family.
Yeah, well, if you would have had a family, official word is you're dead, even though you're walking around among us.
Right. I guess I kind of betrayed his orders a little bit. Got a little excited seeing an old friend, even though it's only been like a day. It's felt like a lot longer. I'm sure you know the feeling.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry for getting your ass grabbed by those black knights that one night when you went to grab me the books.
No, that's not your fault. I guess I'm a little rusty. Usually I don't get caught.
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe I don't know. You're a black knight now. Do you have super sensitive eyesight?
Well, I definitely feel stronger. I don't know about the whole eyesight thing. I feel about the same with that, but I mean, they could be different for different people.
Guess so. Well, it was good to see you again, man.
Oh yeah, you too. Oh yeah, don't forget the book. He
Oh,
says,
yeah.
handing it to you through the bars.
Well, thanks.
If I can, next time maybe I have some free time, I'll come back and help you learn the whole reading business.
Oh yeah, I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, good luck on the whole, second chance in life thing.
Oh yeah, I'll be sure to not get myself shot in the neck again.
Hey, do you need to eat and stuff? Do you still have to do like normal things?
Not as much. Well, no, actually. Well, it depends. I don't have to sleep as much, but eating has become much more important. I have to eat a whole bunch.
Oh, okay, so that's one of your positives and negatives.
Yeah, it's kind of a complicated thing. You kind of learn as you go. But as far as I know,
Do you feel hungry like you have to eat all the time, or do you just gotta keep eating even though you don't feel hungry?
no, I get hungry pretty frequently. Like even if I eat a whole bunch, a couple hours later, I'm gonna start getting hungry again. It's kind of annoying, but I mean,
Yeah, give and
happens.
take,
yeah,
You're back walking among the living.
very true, very true. Well, if there's anything else, Corvus, just I guess pass the word to a guard. Maybe they'll send me towards you.
Yeah.
Don't know how often I'll be able to come back here, but I'll definitely try my best.
Oh, dude, don't even inconvenience yourself. I really appreciate it, but I've been in tighter spots before. Reading, after my last mission, this should be like a cakewalk.
I hear you. Well, good luck with it.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I guess talk to you later, Corvus. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good night.
Turns and he waves at you and turns and saunters off, putting the helm back on his head, leaving you alone in your cell with the book.
Damn, that guy's scary now.
He's changed.
Alright, well, I guess, I'm gonna start, like, shuffling through the book, reading in the moonlight what little I can,
All right. Well,
practicing.
you open up the book and you see that it was the book you were reading earlier, but something's different about it. Especially when you mainly when you first open it up to like the part where it usually be like acknowledgments to the reader and all that. It's just these words written in like a bright orange that says simply, "Lucius is the father," and the words kind of sit there and get brighter and brighter and brighter until the book just catches on fire in your hands.
So, like, just drop it.
I will say take a B3 wound with these burns that just are on your hands now. The book falls to the floor and burns brighter until it just suddenly turns to ash on the floor an instant later.
What the fuck? What the hell, Travis?
People are starting to wake up now in the cells next to you, grumbling and moaning.
Go the fuck back to sleep. This doesn't concern you. Fuck. Does Travis even work for the king? I don't even fucking know. Is he working for Meryl? I don't goddamn know. How the fuck is Lucius the father? They've only been fucking for 5 weeks. Maybe elves have a faster birth rate thing. I don't even know. I need to learn more about these other races. They're all too weird for me. Maybe it'd just be easier right now to take my shirt and make a noose for myself. It's gotten way out of hand, way fast. So now I'm talking to myself. Probably getting a little crazy here. Hey, guy next cell, am I crazy?
You're gonna make me crazy if you keep me up any longer. I need my beauty sleep.
You're pretty already. Don't even worry about that.
What the fuck was with that fire? What are you doing? Where did you get fire?
I make fire. I smart. You dumb. I don't know, asshole. What fire? Go back to sleep.
Whatever. Just don't set me on fire, okay? I'm gonna get out of here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm just gonna examine the ashes of the book. Just gonna see if there's anything left of it. Or just
You examine the ashes, and it seems that this was intentionally made to make a clean getaway of the book. It's just black ashes, still hot, but other than that, just
well,
ashes.
now my hands are burned. I have nothing to read. Prison's boring.
Prison sucks.
Right, well, I don't know what you want to do. I think I'm.
You're gonna just retire for the night?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to sleep
Oh, okay. Well, I had to wake up in the first place. Good, I know how to remember. Okay, so moving on to Lucius, who is being led into not the interrogation room that you were interrogated in earlier that day, but up a couple flights of
Yeah,
stairs.
the day still hasn't ended.
No, it has not. Up a couple flights of stairs, you're being led by Arnold and Meredith. Arnold is still in chains. It's kind of awkward the way he walks because he's bound both
Kind
with
of
his
like
hands.
shuffles.
Yeah, he shuffles as he walks, and his head's kind of bowed low because you can imagine the collar's probably pretty heavy. And Meredith walks beside him, and they lead you into an office door. And opening the door and stepping in, you see that it is High Lord Orion's office, because you see there's it's an office. It's got a table and bookshelves and fancy portraits and all that. You see there's been chairs laid out kind of in a some of a circle fashion in front of his desk. High Lord Orion sits behind his desk, waiting patiently. You see, Dirk is sitting in a chair, looking kind of like downcast, and he has his hands kind of held in his lap. Is
he chained or is he?
He's not chained. He just looks like he'll be asleep for all you know.
Am I chained?
You're not chained.
Okay.
You see behind him, like standing right behind him, are like a couple, like an older couple. There's a man and a woman just kind of standing right beside him. The woman has like a hand on his chair, and the man looks.
Does Graves look? Graves.
Dirk.
Does Dirk look like them?
You can see some similarities, like they might be his parents, perhaps.
Ah.
And then you see Sylvanas sitting in a chair right in front of the door. She just turns and looks at you. Kind of gives you a half smile for turning back and saying, oh, yeah. Arnold and Meredith walk over to a chairs directly opposite of where Sylvanas sits, and you see there's one empty chair right beside her, which you assume is where you are supposed to sit.
I sit.
Okay.
Well, could I perhaps use observation to get the mood of the room?
Get the mood of the room.
Yes.
You may,
Everybody's very happy to see you.
you may certainly try.
What is the full name again? Arnold what?
Arnold Pike.
One success.
Okay. You can't really make out much. There's Arnold's usual blank face. Meredith just looks also similarly blank faced, but focused. The parents look pretty well. The we can assume is Dirk's dad looks pretty upset. The mother looks kind of passive. You can't really see Dirk's face because he's looking down in his lap. High Lord Orion's kind of got a poker face going on. And Sylvanas looks actually a little bit worried, which is very unlike her.
Would there be a specific role to like whisper just to her?
Well, when you sit,
Or,
you can try. You can do it.
like, is that a role or is it just something I do?
You just do it.
Mm.
Would that be inconspicuous? Or
I mean, I don't care that they see me talking to her. I just don't want them to hear. Like,
You can as you sitting down. You want to try whisper. Yeah, you can just do it as long as it's not too long of what you're trying to say.
I know that. Look, what's wrong? What am I in for?
She gives you a sideways glance for saying, "Well, my man Lucius is here. Maybe get this started so we can all retire."
I agree. I believe Inquisitor Pike has the floor.
You are High Lord Orion.
Yes, I am.
You are.
Arnold Pike.
I'm this young boy's father.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you're done, playing Who's Who, Lucius, I think it's time to get started.
Yeah, so we can clear my son's name.
That is to be determined.
So
Let's go.
Lucius, what is your relationship to Dirk?
He was part of the recovery caravan that came and recovered me and the rest of Suicide Squad 86. Is that the right number?
Yes. Meredith steps forward and says, "So, you've had no prior contact with him before? He picked you up? Never met him before?
I mean-
Never knew him?"
Define contact. I mean, it's not like we've sat down and had a conversation before. I mean, obviously we've seen each other around, but, like maybe it's what would be less than an acquaintance.
So, when he picked you up, this would have been the first time you've spoken with him?
On a one-on-one basis, yes.
Was there any indication that he had anything against you when you first met with him?
Aside from his body language, not really. He kind of kept to himself, stayed quiet unless spoken directly to. But as far as what I could get from his body language, he seemed completely on edge the entire time that me and the rest of my squad were around him.
Meredith just nods before like tapping Arnold on his shoulder. A thing that you both know is like for you to do your part now.
Yeah. Lucius, so why were you and Dirk found alone?
Well, I pulled him aside earlier today after eating, and we had a nice little conversation, and as our conversation winded down and I go to leave, he attacked me from behind.
What were the contents of the conversation? Why'd you pull Dirk to the side?
Well, I noticed he had kind of a off look on him when we were eating. I noticed him in the mess hall. So, I decided, see what was wrong, see if he was doing all right. Just check in on him, basically. And, we talked about a few things, mainly just, like I could tell that there was some, I guess you could say, animosity or distrustfulness between him and I just wanted to suss out the reasoning behind it, to which he told me he had no legitimate reason.
So nothing instigated the conflict between you two. It just, as far as you know, it just happened.
The only thing that I could think that would have instigated anything was, simple boisterousness in that I challenged him to a night of drinking at the Elysium. But
And he just up and attacked you. You really expect us to believe that?
I expect you to stay in check, my sir.
First of all, Sylvanus, I'd ask that you keep your dog, his muzzle a little tighter. Even though he is one of yours, he still should show respect to the proper nobles, especially when he's under trial.
You must forgive my Lucius. It is quite late, and tempers can run high when asked to come answer nonsensical questions in the middle of the night when...
Nonsensical? My lady, I disagree. There was an attack.
By
We're just
him,
trying to find the details out.
an attack by him onto me.
Says
Lucius, please.
You. Now, if we can get this further along the road. Inquisitor Pike, has he been lying?
Well,
I will do this for you. What is... Well, let me see. Let me see how this works one more time. It's been a little bit since I last did this.
By the way, Pike, why are you in chains?
I don't believe
Meredith steps forward
Pike-
and says, he does not have to answer that question.
Well, I mean, I wasn't. It was just polite conversation and curiosity. I mean, I meant no harm by asking.
Curiosity can be sated after we figure out what is going on here. Alright, 1 second. Alright. You see Arnold staring into you in that strange way that he does, but he simply, after a while, just closes his eyes and shakes his head.
Well, it seems you're telling the truth, but there are some other questions I'd like cleared if you don't mind.
Such as?
I still can't believe this guy. How do y'all know this guy is the real
Please,
deal?
Lord of Derry, it is not your place.
Well, this isn't my
Question.
son's place. Something happened to him.
I have a question that may. I have a question.
You have 5 seconds.
Why is it? Because this is a military matter, is it not?
It is.
Considering it happened in the military compound and we are both of the military, then why is it that civilians are here watching over us.
Because this is my son.
Your son or not, he is an adult with his own actions.
Well, you're an adult who can account for his own actions, but Sylvanas is still here on your behalf.
Yeah, she's my confidant.
And
Well,
then
I'm
you can
his.
treat the Lord of Derry as his confidant. But back to the question. You said you were in Suicide Squad number 86, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recently came back from a mission, is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you say you've done things that most people would find detestable on this mission? Not you, of course, just the average layperson.
Yeah, but no more so than any other suicide mission.
And you were refused. You refused to go with our inquisitors right when you came into the city for a debriefing.
I did not refuse.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Sylvanas came and got you.
But you're saying I refused, to which I did not. In fact, I was waiting for the interrogation.
Well, be that as it may, I think it's a perfect time to go over these questions now. And actually, I have a few of my own I'd like to add on top of it. Have you seen Corvus Banner in these past few days? He was your second in command, or he was in your. You were under his command near the end of it all. From what I understand, Merrill was incapacitated about halfway through the mission.
That is correct.
And have you seen him in the past few days? Have you visited his jail cell?
I did earlier today, in fact.
See, that's funny, because what I heard was no one was supposed to go near his jail cell. Now tell me, who brought you to his jail cell so they can face the proper punishments for what they've done?
Actually, I walked in on my own.
Well, I find that hard to believe, considering he's under lock and key by many guards.
Well, your guards aren't exactly the brightest of bunch.
I'd like to check if he's lying.
Alright. I'll say, so yeah, roll your falsehood, please, Mr. Lucius.
What is falsehood based off of?
Will.
Will.
Yes.
And it goes off of...
The person's will, RSL Ryan's will, is a 5, so doubled is 10, since you are untrained.
Okay, and the aptitude is what I need to get to in order
Yeah,
to
it's how many
level it
tests you need in order to open it.
Alright, so it's off of my will. I have 4. And what's my I'll just roll those 4.
Yeah, unless you want to try and... Well, I guess, yeah, no Philippians, because unless you want to add persona points or whatever.
I got 4 successes.
Any 6s you want to blow up?
Nope, 3 5s and a 4.
Alright. Well, Orion can tell you are lying.
It's cute, really. I don't need the Inquisitors to tell me that you're lying.
Orion, if I may, Sylvanas says,
You may?
I am the one who gave Lucius the permission to see young Master Corvus.
My dear lady, that is a violation. Corvus is under trial and under speculation. And no offense, Lucius isn't doing so well himself here. This is very serious for him. Now that he's
I've
admitted.
done nothing wrong.
You're in the
have-
same leagues as the man who's in jail. You should be in there with him.
I have
And your
gotten
son
on
attacked me
yourself.
from behind like a coward.
When you attack this one man,
Lucius,
pleading
please.
to your...
Do not instigate the man. I have gotten permission from the king. Lucius was under constant surveillance by the guards. He was not to meet with Corvus privately. But I was received permission from the king in order for Lucius to meet with Corvus.
Well,
You find that I'm not breaking any laws. I assure you, my high lord.
I don't think you're breaking any laws, but I do not agree with your methods. Now, back on the matter at hand. Is Dirk with us enough to tell his side of the story, or do we only get to hear Lucius's?
Dirk kind of flinches at the sound of his name, and he seems to be like fidgeting with his hands. Meredith says, we've tried speaking with Dirk, but he is unable to communicate properly.
Well, then maybe a father's love can break the curse. Sir, your son needs to speak for himself, or defend himself, at least in some manner of way. Otherwise, he's just as culpable in this situation as the elf is.
Well, I mean, he hasn't said anything yet. Is something wrong with him?
Meredith says, when Alden and I spoke with him, we understood that he might be under some sort of trauma, though we have not further investigated into
Well,
this.
that's just fantastic. I say we move to have the elf held in house arrest. That sound fair? No jail time, but,
For doing what?
well, the other party can't defend himself. So, this trial's kind of on hold until we can actually pull him out of whatever mental stupor he's in.
From this, you hear a faint Lucius coming from Dirk. You see him he's clenching his hands together, and you see his whole body starts to shake. And he looks up he kind of looks up for the first time. You see that his entire face is stained with tears. He's been crying heavily, even though he seems to have managed to keep quiet about it. And he says, "Lucius, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." And suddenly he pulls a knife from his belt, proceeds to try and plunge it into his stomach. Unfortunately, the father is the only one close enough to try and stop him.
Can I roll?
Yes, you can. His speed is 3. Dirk's speed
Does
is
he have
4.
any fate points?
He has 2 fate points and 1 persona point.
My boy, stop!
My boy.
I rolled 3.
Oh, it can open ended.
You can.
My boy!
I got 3 successes.
I'm gonna open end mine.
Okay.
Another 6.
I
Not
think
5.
that might have
I
been
got 4.
persona.
My boy, stop!
I would,
My boy.
I would give him a fate point for humor. Alright. Dirk's father grabs the knife before Dirk can plunge it into himself.
No one searched him before he came in here.
That was your job. That was all these people's job. Did y'all search this guy? This guy that y'all are...
Meredith says we searched him before he was
Excuse me.
put into this room. I don't know how he came about the knife.
Well, it seems my suspicions have been confirmed true. The SS is nothing but a factory for the mad. Look at this elf over here, and look at this boy trying to stab his guts out. Honestly, if it were under my control, I'd dismantle the whole SS project.
Why isn't it under your control?
He was.
Well, unfortunately, I have power, but I need a bit more until I can dismantle it. In fact,
You'll find it hard to dismantle such a thing that's close to the heart of the king, Savannah says, speaking
Not to
up.
mention, you're not going to find anyone else willing to do your dirty work.
dirty work, I see myself as
I'm sure.
a bringer
nice
of
and
justice.
clean, huh?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Obviously, you're mentally disturbed. Obviously, this young man is. All I see is that the SS breeds criminals and lunatics.
And
Your,
honestly-
your commander's in prison. Well, both your commanders are in prison. You're under trial. The only person left in your squad is a thief.
You're connecting dots that don't even belong together. You realize that, right? You're associating me with two people that are beyond my control and my authority to even try to control.
Oh no, I'm not connecting
And
dots.
they're not even associated with this instance that I'm supposedly being questioned for.
But you were in a squad together, yes? That's
With Dirk? No.
not with Dirk, no. But I'm sure if we were to look at Dirk's crewmates, they'd be just as well batty.
Well, however, I feel this is not the place for your suspicions. We are here to find my Lucius innocent. And I believe Dirk just apologized for trying to hurt him. If that does not prove his guilt, I do not know what does. Dirk is now on the ground, kind of in a almost fetal position if no one stops him from being that way, and is kind of crying as he holds himself. His mother is kind of kneeled beside him, kind of like rubbing his back and
Comforting.
doing a really poor piss job at trying to comfort him.
Well, I don't know. I mean, people can say a lot of things under duress, considering the fact that Lucius is a torturer doesn't leave much to the imagination that Dirk could have.
Lucius had no contact with Dirk after their.
And for the record, I was one of your interrogators, not just a torturer. The methods that are, I believe that's under your jurisdiction, the methods of the interrogators.
The hands that can help can also harm.
I'm just saying, if you're going to bring up torture, you should bring up the guy who let us do it.
Well, as you said before, you're connecting dots where they don't belong. How you use your torture after you've been trained in it is your business. Whether you use it for good or evil is your concern. Oh, I'm sorry, it's my concern whether you use it for good or evil, but it's your choice.
Sylvanas is right, Meredith says, stepping forward. We've come here for the innocence or guilt of these two men. Dirk is, at the moment, unable to speak with a clear mind. I suggest that we convene at a later date. Perhaps Arnold and I will speak with the boy when he clears his mind a little bit about his confession tonight.
I agree. Though I still think, Sylvanas, you should put some men on Lucius. Men that have no connection to the SS. As I worry for the mental safety of any who have had contact with it. It's like a cancer. It eats at the mind.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, you just called me an it, you racist bastard.
I'm sorry. I believe I was talking to Sylvanas, not you.
Huh, but it was about me. And you called me an it, you racist son of a bitch.
You need to learn some respect, son.
This coming from the guy whose son
This coming
just
from the
attacked
noble
me?
who's higher than you in this
It
society.
doesn't help your dog's case if he keeps speaking out like this.
Sylvanas stands and says, if we're done here, I think me and Lucius are to leave now.
Please, but I'll see you soon when we reconvene on this issue.
Come on, Lucius.
By the
Sylvanas
way,
says.
I'm a dog of war.
Sylvanas actually grabs you by your wrist in order to pull you out of the room.
Get out of here. Stop talking.
Why'd you pull me out? It was just getting interesting.
She doesn't speak as she drags you up to where you assume is going to be her office. Well, at this point, you guys can feel free to stay or go as you please, but focusing on Lucius now.
Mom was mad at me.
I did something bad.
All right. Well, Sylvanas drags you up the flights of stairs, up the tower into the office. You see Archer is waiting dutifully at the front door, but she brushes him aside, and he bows and exits. And she enters the door, still dragging you behind her. And she says, "Close the door behind you."
Yes, ma'am. And I do so.
You hear, "Hi, Master." As Fef is like on this perch where usually like falcons and owls are kept for messengers. But you see, it's just the lone Fef sitting there.
Beth, my boy. What's
Fef,
up?
Sylvanas says, "Please leave me and Lucius for a moment. We need to speak privately." "Oh, Master?" he said.
Go ahead.
He looks between you two
Fuck, I
again.
keep forgetting about the accent.
He looks between you two before flying out the window. It's just more natural to speak in your voice.
Yeah, it is.
Sylvanas doesn't speak at first. She kind of has her back to you, and her hands are on the table. You see that she's kind of breathing heavy. By the way, her small back is going up and down.
Sylvanas, what's wrong?
Bastards. Bastards, all of them. Bastards.
What's happened?
I don't know what's happening, Lucius. I don't know what's happening. I feel like... Sometimes I feel like the world's against us, you know? Everything that's happened with our race. I feel like someone out there is telling us we don't belong here.
Well, we don't belong here.
Lucius, what happened?
I mean, that's a a weighted question for someone with a much more philosophical mind than mine.
I mean, what happened between you and Dirk?
Oh,
Why was he trying to hurt you?
I don't know. Literally, we laughed with each other for a second, and I turned to leave, and he jumped me, and I defended myself accordingly, and quite successfully.
Bastards, she says, turning back around to face you. This damn humans. Damn them. Damn them all. Getting together like that, talking about us that way, boils my blood, I tell you.
I do have a question.
What's your question?
Why is it that during a military proceeding, civilians were allowed to stand and watch?
Those human nobles have special privileges, so they say, and it's not private knowledge that High Lord Orion is lapping at the nobles' heels. He works for them just as much as they work for him. It's no surprise that he had those nobles in there today. Probably just to make everyone feel guilty.
Well, I think that it is incredibly unprofessional, and I think that that would be something that the people of Gargon would want to know. I know at least the king would want to know. Yeah?
There's not much the king can do in these sorts of situations. He's liked by his people, but the power he holds is mostly by name, if anything else. I don't know if you're aware of this, Lucius, but we are a minority. Not just us, but any non-humans.
Well,
The orcs are the only ones close to their numbers, but they're disconcerting of everybody. The dwarves barely outnumber us, and we are merely a handful of 17 soldiers. Maybe a few scattered elves, but that's all. The humans are the ones who are in control of this kingdom. Make no mistake about that, Lucius.
and granted, that's something we've always known, but I feel that I feel the average human would not really. Damn, I'm gonna dice. Little dice. I mean, I was just making a Nazi symbol.
Oh.
So it's not important.
I see.
But no, I know that most humans are a lot more, what's the word I'm trying to look for? Accepting of us.
I think that.
That bastard Orion is. And, it's 100% obvious, at least to me, that Orion is out to get us. He wants to play us as the bad guys, and I will not stand for that at
He's
all.
had a personal vendetta against the entirety of the SS. I had my suspicions about him with elves, but there's not much good with finger-pointing racism.
True. But what if I could somehow expose him
Expose him how? To what?
for being the, let's call it racially biased. And also, there's no logical reason for his beliefs about the Suicide Squad. Everyone knows, even the most common peasant and plebeian knows that the SS is a necessary evil for our kingdom to prosper the way it has been.
What do you intend on trying to do?
Can't really answer that yet, as I don't have a plan, other than I'm going to find as many like-minded individuals as I can to get to the bottom of things.
I should warn you, Lucius, though we are well liked within this kingdom, I fear that our cries for help would be drowned out by the overwhelming mass that is this kingdom. We are few in number, and I mean few. There are 17 of the song swords within this kingdom. There may be a handful of randomly scattered elves too from other villages and whatnot, but at most we make up about 1%, if even that, of this kingdom.
And you'll probably never hear me admit to this or say this again, but there's also bigger problems at hand. And I mean that in a social, political way. The average human doesn't exactly have a prospering and bright life in
True.
this city. And I am a firm believer that it's the, I can't even think of the word that I was thinking of to describe Orion.
Like insult?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That'd be your thing.
Yeah.
I could
Fuck.
not.
Brain fart.
Bastard.
But I think that he should be exposed for what and who he truly is, and I think that that would greatly help this city as a whole, not just us as a race.
It would be quite the task you'd be undertaking. He's backed by some of the most powerful human nobles that this city has. If you want to, I would suggest, if you are going to try this, your best bet would be with the dwarves. Though they are mostly unconcerned with human affairs, if you give them a reason to be concerned, they are a powerful force to be reckoned with. Though they are also few in number, they hold great power, I hear, just in secret.
I'm sure that once, what was her name? The female dwarf?
Gurdra? Gerda? Gurdra.
Or Gurdra.
Let me, before you missay it, let me look it up. I think it's Gurdra. It's
Gurdra? Okay.
Yeah. I'll still pull it up, but I know it's
I
Gurdra.
think Gurdra would like to hear what Orion has to think of non-human races. And also, I think that with the prospect of change, she'd be willing to help us.
If you can find some way, I had my suspicions about him being racist towards our kind, but I have no inclination that he has anything against anyone else besides us and the SS, of course.
And it may be that he doesn't, but that's something we need to find out.
True enough. Perhaps if you wish to find a dwarf, Gurdra's, I'm not even sure how you found. Is this the mother you're speaking of, the one in charge of the family?
Yeah, sorry, I've had an interesting night of meeting new people.
So I see. So you've met with the mother?
Briefly, yes.
That's quite surprising. We've been in this kingdom for years, and I didn't even know what her true name was. Most dwarves just call her the mother.
That's the advantage of not being a dwarf. I get to call her by her name, and it is Gurdra.
Well, I don't know how close you plan on getting with this Gurdra, but there is another dwarf of some power you can call on. He is a High Lord, similar in power to myself. He's one of the 4 High Lords, after all. Gotta pull up his name. Minor characters.
History.
Wait, I think it's under minor characters.
And I roll this many sixes.
Oh shit. Just one fate point to change it all.
I shall destroy anyone with this roll. But actually shitty. Really shitty.
There we go. High Lord Gunley is his name. He's an odd dwarf. Whereas Orion is obviously against the SS, Gunley is heavily invested in the SS. He is a sergeant of his own squad and goes on many missions, much like the other squads do.
Well, it's good to hear of well, I would assume I already know this.
Yes, you've heard of him. It just probably hasn't come to your mind until she brought it up.
Okay, well, let me put it this way then. It's good to know that the rumors are true about him.
As far as I am aware.
I was kind of doubting the fact that he was actually in the field with his men, but if you say that that's what he's done, then I obviously trust you on that. So I think he would be a very good ally to have, in fact.
I'm warning you, he's a bit abrasive, like most of his race is, but he's friendly. I've spoken with him on many terms, and he's never seemed overly against me, which is a nice surprise. But it is getting late, Lucius. I'm very sorry for dragging you up here. Just needed to blow off some steam.
Oh no, it's no problem at all, Mom.
Oh yeah, just so you know, I know you were asking for like a title that she'd have that like with you guys, like the elves. I was thinking maybe like when you're in her presence, you guys, the elves would call her My Lady, and then in the presence of other people and each other, they'd say Our Lady, like Our Lady Sylvanas, My Lady Sylvanas. I think that's appropriate.
I like that.
Okay.
Is there any chance of maybe me meeting with Meryl?
Meryl?
Yes. Just going to see her. I know she's not fully conscious yet, or whatever.
I'm afraid that if you wish to speak with her, you're gonna have to wait until I believe it's 2 months. I heard that she'll be unconscious, we'll say, while her treatment is gone through its course. After that, I'd imagine they'll be busy sentencing her, and then it's a tricky process, Lucius. I can't promise anything, but I'm afraid that if she is found guilty of her crimes, you'll not see her again.
And there's absolutely no way of me seeing her now,
Not
even
unless
though
you,
she is unconscious.
not unless you break in. Not that I condone that. Perhaps you have to get special permission from someone even of higher power than I, of which I know of is just the king.
And what does it take to get a party with the king?
Not that much, actually. During the days, he usually spends his time going through the markets and the residential districts just to speak with his people, help anyone in need. It's a strange sight if you just run into it, but it's nice. He's of course guarded at all times by those black knights of his, but
Black
anyone can just walk up to him and talk to him.
I think I'm going to have a nice conversation with the king tomorrow.
I wish you luck with it, Lucius.
Thank you much, milady.
Well, if that's all, I suggest we should retire for the night. It's getting quite late.
That it is.
It's been a very long day.
That it has. I still get the test for falsehood.
Yes. I think the only thing that is if you don't get tests if you fail is perception-based tests. So everything else is okay. Perception. Need a pencil?
Yes.
Jeez.
What?
Wait.
I don't know where mine went.
Use that one. So we find your pencil.
Right. I want to go to the bar.
To the bar.
To the bar.
Unfortunately, unless you're gonna try and sneak into the underground area, everything up top. It's like about 2 o'clock in the morning. Is under curfew. The above ground kingdom. If you wish to try, and you can sneak to the below ground kingdom if you really want to go for a drink. But if you get caught, they're gonna want you to turn back around or go to jail, depending on how the encounter goes down.
I'm gonna risk it.
You're gonna go to the underground.
I'm gonna go to the underground.
Okay.
I
Well,
assume it wouldn't be my first time going to the underground.
well, no. It's usually the place where you have drinks with Van. Back in the days that you met him,
Oh yeah, Van is arrested, right?
he is arrested.
I need to go see him tomorrow as well.
Forgot to mentioned that in the whatever you call it. Yeah, that's something I should have mentioned in the
Recap?
recap. Was that when you guys went to go visit Van about, you know, having a job for you guys, he was arrested by High Lord Orion, and when you guys investigated his home, you found crow feathers and a strange symbol written in blood on the bottom of his table. And yeah, that happened. Okay, so going on, you're gonna try to make your way through the kingdom and go to that bar in the Dwarven Underground.
Yeah, I think I should stealth first.
Yes, you should. I'll give you a bonus dice though for it being dark and not the main people being out.
Yeah, I'm not trained in stealth.
Well, you still get a bonus dice.
So is that perception based?
Let me look it up. I think it's based on one of two things, if I remember. It's actually, I think, speed based. So remember that being kind of weird. Yeah.
4. One for that bonus.
So basically, since you're untrained, it's going to be 2 successes equal 1 success. If you want to, you can put Artha persona points in, if it's really important to you. We don't want to get caught.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it.
Use Artha. Alright, it's based off of speed. Alright, so let's do this. I got 3 successes.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna have to get, well, a lot.
Oh my god.
Don't forget to mark a test, though.
This is so bad. It hurts. This is gonna hurt.
You were spotted almost immediately as you exit by some guards, and you hear them say, "God damn, it's another one! Get him!"
I take off running.
Alright, versus speed. Get a bonus dice, look, there's 2 of them. I got 1 success.
Oh my god, no!
What'd you get?
Nothing.
I
Fuck.
was actually hoping you would have run away because it would have been extra funny. Okay.
Fuck.
You try to make an exit, but these 2 seem to always be prepared for you. Like, something's happened earlier tonight that, you know, they seem
Somebody-
prepared for you.
Somebody has ruined my night already.
They cut you. You try to, like,
I have a feeling it was Dolan.
duck into the streets, and you try to take a back alley, but you see they've cut you off and have you in the alley itself, one on either end. It says, "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing in the middle of the night?"
Now, I feel like I should backtrack a little bit.
Okay.
For the stealth roll,
Uh-huh.
would I say as a part of that, I put like a cloak on over my armor and face?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
I will say that if
And-
you get too close, since you failed your stealth roll, they might notice you or recognize you because you are a big elf.
Yeah.
If they recognize too much, they'll know who you are.
So there's nowhere for me to run.
Not unless you want to push past one of them. They both have a sword drawn and a torch as they're getting closer to you in this alley.
Alright, I'm going to pull out my shield, and I'm going to try to rush past them both.
All right, there's like it's an alleyway. There's one on either end, so you can choose to run one way or the other way. You just be barreling past one of them though.
I'm gonna go whichever way is that way.
Okay. So you're in versus power this time. You get a bonus dice for using your shield
Cool. I get 6.
because you leveled up your power. I got 3 successes.
I got 3, but one's open-ended, so I'm gonna roll it.
Good idea, because it's
And I made it.
okay. You take your shield and you bash past him. He's taken back by how strong you are, and he falls back, dropping his torch. And the other guy tries to run after you. What are you gonna try to do? If you're gonna try to run, they're just gonna catch you again because they're faster than you at this point. What are you gonna try to do to get away?
I'm going to. So the one of them's on his ass.
Yes, the other one's running down the alley to try and get to you.
I'm gonna turn the corner, and when I turn the corner, I wait for him with my shield, and I swing it at his head as soon as he turns the corner.
Okay. Do you have a brawling skill at all?
I have a shield skill.
I'm trying to think it would be an appropriate thing to do. for this. I'll give you a base obstacle, but I need to know what would be an appropriate test for you. Another power test, maybe.
I would think either power or perception, because I have
Try
to
to
like
listen.
time it just right to hit
I'll-
him, and I also have to hit him with enough force.
I would say if you have observation as a skill, you can use that to fork into your power test.
I could do that.
All right.
So I get the 5 from
power, and then you can fork in your
observation.
observation.
Can I fork one in for shield?
Yeah.
Oh shit, sweet.
Let's
I'll
see.
take all the dice I can get.
Let's see. What would be a good? I'll base the obstacle off his fort, so it'll be obstacle 4.
Oh.
So like knock this guy off his ass and get him off your tail.
Oh, 2 6s, a 4, and this one is cocked.
You can re-roll
You
it.
can see it, so I'm not.
You can re-roll it.
Damn.
Got to spend the fate
I'm
points.
gonna Spend the fate.
You can re-roll both.
No. Damn it, that was a 6. Oh,
Oh no.
this is not.
Not working out completely.
I should have stayed home.
Damn you, drinks. All right, you smack the guy across his chest. You kind of misjudged how tall he was, so you thought you were gonna hit him in his face, but you said hit him in like the chest. So you hear the ring of his armor, and he's gonna try and do you want to just pull this into a fight or a?
Yes. Do I have to like say I don't want to kill them?
Okay.
And nothing I do is to kill them or seriously injure
Right.
them.
Do you wish to pull this to a fight or a bloody versus?
Which one's the shorter one?
Bloody versus.
Bloody versus.
So just take. What are you gonna use? You're just gonna like use your sword to try and stop him, or do you want to do a power test? Or if you do power, he's gonna use his sword, but you can pick what you want to use as your thing. Where is-
Well, can I say I want to use my sword, but to disarm him
Yes.
of his weapon?
Yeah, I mean, what if you win in bloody versus? You get to tell me how you beat him. You can.
Okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna use my sword
Yeah.
then.
24.
Do I get to fork things in with that?
Okay.
So like.
There we go.
I would say observation, in that my main goal is to disarm him, so I'm looking for him to misstep or for an opening.
That's fine as long as you let him get it for observation.
Yeah.
So he's at 5 right now. Let's see. You're both using swords. Yeah. So any other forks before you split this into attack and defense?
Tactics?
Yeah. Give me tactics.
Yeah. Other than that, no, I got nothing else.
All right. So just split your dice pool into attack and defense.
3 attack, 4 defense.
2 attack, 3 defense, and then we get maybe get advantages based on stuff. We both the same size weapon, both using swords. Do you have a VA on your sword? You're both armored. So wherever your VA is the same.
It's a dash.
Dash. Okay, so no VA versus armor. The defense. You have a shield, so that's +1 to your defense pool. You have heavy mail, right?
Yes.
So 3 to your defense, and then he's got light mail, so he's got 2 to his defense.
Can I adjust my original dice?
As long as you don't adjust, unless you don't take out your advantage dice.
Okay, I'm gonna move
It's not gonna be the same actually.
6 attack, 5 defense.
All right, you do 3 attack, 4 defense. All right, so just gotta do our rolls and keep track of how many successes you got in each one. This guy already spent a fate point, so we'll spend 1 more.
I'm
Oh
already
my
down.
god. Okay. He got 3 successes in attack and 1 success in defense.
I got 4 successes in attack, and I'm rolling my defense now. My defense was 3. You said how many successes on his attack?
3.
3. What does a tie do?
I was about to look that up. I think.
Because
you have to-
I could open end it.
Right.
But
I think ties, because it says ties go to defender, so you have to beat your defense in order to make it happen.
alright, then I'm not gonna spend the fate
Yeah.
point.
So you just hit him.
Cool.
So you win. How do you defeat this guy?
Alright, I would assume he was coming for like a long, or not a long, but like an overhand swing,
Yeah.
like kind of towards my shoulder.
Yes.
So I'm going to like step in real quick so that his wrist hits my shoulder guard, and his wrist has to bend down. So I use my sword to like hit the inside of his knee and make it bend so he drops.
Mm-hmm.
And when he drops, I want to grab his wrist and like twist it behind him and get the sword out of his hand.
All right. He's disarmed, but his friend's getting back up from being barreled over by you. The guy's like crying, "Help! Help me! Get this thing off me!"
And if I took off running, what would happen?
Well, the guy that you've bested is a little beaten up, but the other guy's gonna try and chase you. And he's gonna be able to catch you. Unless there's some other way you want to try to get away from him, or just beat him up too.
Alright, I got it. I want to grab the guard that I've already
Bested.
bested, and I want to like throw him as hard as I can into the other guard, and then haul ass.
Okay.
And like, if I have to, I'll do another shield setup.
Would you like to roll me another power test, please?
Absolutely. No.
Do it obstacle 3, because you're bigger than him. And
Oh my god, these power tests are killing me. Like, they're fucking killing me.
jeez, what'd you get?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right.
I
You
want
try.
to use those 5 dice specifically.
You try to heat this guy up, but he's fighting against you. You don't have enough time to throw him before the other guy's upon you. For another bloody versus.
Alright, so I get the 4 for defense.
Yes, 4 for defense and nothing for attack, right?
And
Yeah.
for sword, I had 5, right? Is that how we 5 tactics and observation?
This
and
guy
that's what
actually
I
has
have.
a shield, so he's gonna have another extra defense. He's gonna have 3 bonus to defense, nothing to attack. He's gonna split his with 3 attack. Yeah, basically the same thing the other guy had.
So 3 and 4?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
they're like twins.
Alright.
Shit.
You erase what I have right here.
Nope.
4.
Shit. Roll that.
I'm gonna open in that. Oh.
Alright.
So 6 attack.
Oh God.
Yeah. Fuck with me.
Fuck with me.
And then my defense. I'm going to open in that. And 3 defense.
Okay, you also best him. He's only got 2 attack, 3 defense. How do you best this guy?
Alright, let me take care of these Arthur real quick before I forget. Alright, I parry his sword attack. He's attacking with a sword and a shield.
Yes.
Alright, I parry with my sword to get his off to the side so he's kind of like stretched out.
Mm-hmm.
And while he's stretched out, I just throw like a really sharp elbow right into his nose. And on his way down, I kind of like grab his face and just like help it into the ground.
He's unconscious.
And
Yeah, by the time you finish up with this guy, the other guy's still like holding his wrist, crying for help, and you see in the distance like faint lights as if more guards are heading over in your direction.
alright, this is what I immediately want to do.
Okay.
All I wanted was a damn drink. I yell that at him, and then I kick him in the face, like directly like the bottom of my boot to his face, and then take off running down an alley to get away from the other guards that are approaching me. At this point, I just want to go home.
Okay, you're able to make it home. You'd imagine it probably takes them too much time to talk with the guard. Well, Did you knock the other guy unconscious when you kicked him in the face?
I would hope
that
so.
your intention?
Otherwise,
Okay.
yeah, that was my intention.
Yeah, okay,
but I
yeah.
didn't really
You knock him
stop
out.
to check.
You knock him out.
Okay, good.
But yeah, you make it back home safely. Back into your little bunk bed.
That was a hell of an adventure. And,
Not the one you were intending.
I could really go for a drink, but I'm gonna go to sleep instead.
You do see as you head off to the bed residential hall, you see there's a small table situated near the entrance door. On the table there is a wine bottle and 2 goblets. One goblet looks like it was filled, but like halfway drunk and then left. The other goblet looks filled with wine and almost untouched.
And this is
Just sitting on the table, just outside where, like, yeah, in the barracks.
okay.
Right outside where you're about to go into where all the people sleep.
Stealth roll. Do I have to stealth roll, or can I just
You-
like sneakily, like grab the wine and kind of like sniff at it?
You sniff it? Right. From your expertise of drinking, you can tell this is very, very fine wine, like rich man's wine. It has a strong scent to it. It fills your nose and almost your throat just by taking a brief whiff.
But I had the bottle in my hand, and I just
Take a
I-
chug.
I take a really long, big chug before going night night.
It's probably one of the most delicious wine you've ever tasted. It fills your stomach and heart with warmth.
Yay! That's all I wanted, damn it.
Actually, I didn't put that there just to like make you feel better. There's a reason that it's there from earlier. Just so you know.
I'm going to mentally catalog that, but for the moment, I'm happy for the alcohol.
Okay. All right. We'll bring in surveillance.
Just surveys?
Yes. And then hopefully it'll be the next day.
Yay.
I remember what I wanna yeah, I remember. Hi. Oh, so Serveus, you walk into your shanty little home.
Man, this place is a shithole.
I hate this place. You see, you see who else but Mother Uja, the old molting crow, sitting on the table, as if she's been waiting for you.
What would you like?
I've been hearing that you've been a very busy little dwarf, my dear Broggen.
You could say that.
Well, I'm here to give you good news, in fact. I wish to reward you for what you've done for me so far.
Reward me.
Yes, you've done quite a many deeds for me, and I wish to show you my gratitude.
I'm a little skeptical.
Why is that? We're both of the same kin. Why would you be so skeptical of me?
Because you almost had me killed.
What do you mean?
You were pretty much attacking me as I was first finding the girl. Before I was even attacked by that Corvus.
My children have attacked you? Which?
I had to
children?
kill one.
What do you mean?
I had to kill the little girl's brother.
He was not mine. Yes, I put those seeds of doubt into his mind, but he did not have my blood. He did not listen to me. I did not give him those orders. I simply unleashed him upon Corvus. You just happened to have walked in at an opportune moment.
You realize that just on your word, I still may not be able to trust you.
That's certainly fine. This reward is not something that I will personally bestow upon you or anything. I've been hearing word of closing doors. You've had a hard time with your spells, your rituals. You must have some sort of hankering. I know the magic's in your blood. You must wish for an outlet, do you not?
I've been wanting to eat some meat lately.
Meat.
That's the only hankering I've had, really.
Well, aside from that, what about your rituals? Surely you must miss being able to cast those wondrous spells, sacrifice the animals, bathed in the blood, so to speak.
I miss it. Then again, for what I'm doing right now,
What if I could
Uh,
tell
what-
you, I can show you a new outlet, another way to get the magic into the air?
I'd be very much interested.
Well, there's word of one of the human nobles being a secret necromancer. She's recently lost her student, and she's sending word throughout the kingdom, secretly of course, that she's inquiring for a new student to take her old one's place. Sort of an apprentice to take up her role when she is gone.
That's actually very interesting.
So you're interested then? If you say yes, I would.
Surveyor strokes his beard for a second.
Okay.
And as she starts to say the next thing, he cuts her off and says, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Wonderful. It might take some time, but I will start getting the word out through some channels and have her know.
Don't get.
Oh no, do not worry. I will not spread your name or anything. I will simply let her know that you're
Someone-
interested, and I will tell you when she would wish an audience with you. It might take some time. She's a very secretive woman, but once I have an audience, I will inform you.
I might have to change my belief.
Which one? The killing Mama Uja?
Mm-hmm.
Just making it hard for you. You want to change? Do you have an idea what you want to change to right now?
He's been through a lot, so maybe I shouldn't say kill her, but maybe he feels like he owes something to her, and that not necessarily that he owes something to her, but he
He wants-
feels like
wants a
he
friend.
gave her his word, so he's saying like, I need to finish this and then exile or alienate myself from this woman because I know all orcs just want bad from me.
How do you want to word that
They're
in
very
your
selfish.
beliefs?
So,
Once I've
finish
had,
your deed. Finish the deed with Mama Wuja.
finish the deal with Mama, then be rid of her,
Mm.
Mama.
Or maybe be rid of all, or
Be
be,
rid-
be rid of
The
Mama
dealings.
Wuja. Yeah.
Okay, be rid of her. All right. All right. Well, she continues. She says, "Well then, back to matters at hand. There's something I wish for you to do for me. Again, this is not an immediate thing, but the sooner the better. As you can see," she says, raising up one of the crow's multi-feathers, "this body is starting to reject me, and I wish to find a new one. Of course, I cannot do something as extravagant as move on to another human or anything like that, but another crow would be more than sufficient. Something young and fresh. It's actually one I have in mind for you, so you don't have to go walking around."
What about that Fef one?
Yes, that's it exactly. It's more than just him being another crow. I've caught him spying on me. Someone, I imagine that elf, that pet, has sent him on a task to...
You're talking about Lucius's Fef.
Yes.
You realize?
I do realize this, but it's a necessity.
No, I'm agreeing. And, you know, I kind of think it would be a very intriguing happenstance had you the ability to maintain Fef's, I suppose, demeanor and continue talking to Lucius.
Well,
Kind of sow the seeds of doubt a little bit better.
that bird's always been a curiosity. I thought he was among the flock that I had controlled out in the woods, but once I had broken my contact with most of them, I thought I had done the same with him, but he seems to retain the mental prowess in order to speak and communicate and spy, it seems, for that Lucius has him spying on Orion. Orion is mine. I don't need any other prying eyes going into what I'm doing. I need a new body. I need
Orion.
to be. Yes,
You mean the man?
the High Lord Orion. It's
I
nothing.
think I met him the other day.
It's nothing quite so official just yet. I'm sowing the seeds of doubt within him. It's going to be quite some time before he's officially mine, but I cannot have the process interrupted. If that theft keeps spying on him, then I will be found out.
What if I get you Feft's body?
That would be more than sufficient.
Now, I'm very willing because, like I said, I feel like it would be a very, at least entertaining, or if not entertaining, at least very intriguing situation to see if, especially considering you would be able to fool the elf.
If I take control of the bird's body, I'll have all his I will know all of his memories and mannerisms. I would be able to convincingly replace him. Lucius will not know the difference. I simply need him intact here as soon as possible. I also need you and your blood in order to perform the ritual required. I will tell you what you need to do, but I'm afraid that my blood is important because there's not much of it left. I do need orc blood that is sufficiently drenched with magic, and I'm afraid you are the only one who fits the bill.
So long as I am alive and willing and maintain all of my
I
appendages.
simply wish some blood in order to form the circles that are required for this transmutation. I will inform you of the rest once you acquire the bird.
Now, is there anything that I can use to
Draw him.
draw him and essentially, effectively knocking him out?
Well, he's a bird.
But the lightest smack might kill him, and then you have no vessel.
Well,
you,
I
you
have.
see my
Well, there's also the apothecary. I'm sure you could find sufficient poisons in order to knock them unconscious. I can see if my children could fetch them for you, though that might take some time. If you wish to do this speedily, I suggest you do it yourself. While I said it's not an immediate process, I would like it to be done before you head off to your grand adventure in the mountains. I'm afraid I can't be in this body for much too long before it will just wither away.
and wouldn't that be terrible?
It would indeed.
I give her a kind of sarcastic look, not necessarily extremely noticeable, but one that if she wanted to, she would be able to notice. Anyway,
So what?
so
I feel like I must praise you, Brogan. You've
why
done
is that?
you've done a very well thorough job of getting rid of that girl. I expected you to just maybe take her into the sewers. I even thought you might try to betray me and take her away from here, but you surprised me. The same day I asked you to be rid of her, and news is she's dead in the streets with some noble. Looks like a double murder, and you pulled it off without any notice going back to you. Well done. Could have done it better myself.
It was really as easy as you can think it was. Well, no, I was trying to think of some badass. It was really easier
Not a
than
big deal.
than you're thinking.
So nothing happened, right? This might be a strange question, but she never bit you, did she?
She never bit me. Wait, did she?
As you
I
think
think
about
she-
this, you do feel that this pain's been going on all day since she's bitten you on the neck. You do feel like the pulse of pain from that wound that she dealt to you when she bit you.
And then I flash back to the future and say, I think she did bite me. Is there something wrong? Or there a very slight sense of alertness in my voice?
Mahu doesn't respond at first, and you just hear her say, "You're not serious, are you?"
I suppose I'm dead, if I am, right?
You said you've gotten a taste for meat, and this is different than before?
Right. I I just assumed it was because I'm a dwarf now. You know, dwarves are, you know, a little bit more masculine, macho type. So I figured that's all it was.
I'm afraid it's not so simple as that, Brogan. I apologize for not telling you this before, but that young girl that I had you look after was not human.
Vampire.
Something like that. There was this family I found shortly before your motley crew marched through the woods. It consisted of your average man, woman, daughter, son, but they aren't your average family. The woman was what you could call a Dampier, something that is no longer alive, a shadow of what it once was. This woman piqued my interest because she was doing her own experimentation. She had seduced our mortal man and bore a child with him, something that Dampiers, as far as I have been aware of, could never do before. These children, the boy and that girl, are not human. I don't know rightly what you'd call them. They are something new altogether, a combination of Dampier and human. That's why I was so interested in keeping her safe. And, well, she's bitten you. Where did she bite you?
Well, I was trying to calm her down when I was telling her where she had to go.
Where did she bite you?
I believe when I was hugging her, her head was around where my shoulder and neck were.
Almost immediately, Maluja flies off from the table and lands on your shoulder. And you can feel it's the raven's like cold breath on your neck. And you hear her say, "This is far worse than I had feared. Rogan, you might want to go look at the mirror over there," she says, flying off your shoulder, laying back on the table.
I look into the mirror.
The same mirror you've been practicing falsehood in.
Yeah.
You see, the wound is pretty bad. It's like right about here.
Am I going to die? Maluja?
You see a apparent bite mark, like two dots.
Two little, yeah.
Yeah, but the wound around it, it's strange. It's like
Like spider veins are coming out of it or what?
kind of, but like it's weird. You know, your dwarf skin is kind of like tan and olive, but where the wound is from around it, it's gotten green and bumpy, kind of familiar looking. Like that's what your real skin looks like underneath the dwarven mask.
Shit.
She says, "I'm afraid I have no idea what is happening to you right now, Brogan. This combination of Dampier and human is altogether new to this world. Whether they breed by bites or simply kill by bites is not certain. The only ones who would know, who would have any idea, is the child's mother. And I'm afraid I must keep her under lock and key for now."
Then maybe you can talk to her and tell me. Or can I trust you? You know, considering I'm getting your new body.
I will speak with her and try to get what information I can. I would just...
Mamuja, I don't want you to be intimidated. I want you to know I've gained a little bit of respect over the time since I was attacked by your creations. But I also want you to know I still don't necessarily trust you.
As you should. I cannot altogether trust you, but that is our way. That is why we are both kin. I will speak with this woman, Brog, and I will return to you with what I can gather, but I don't want to give you any false hopes. This is...
Just be sure to tell me anything that I'd need to know.
I would suggest you eat as much meat as you can gather. It might seem like a bad idea, but you're going to need your strength if this is some sort of virus you're fighting against.
Maybe sating my hunger for this craving will at least, you know, slow it down somewhat.
Yes. I
Alright,
suggest you get on that.
So I guess Should I change one of my instincts now to?
If you want to. Consume meat. Whenever possible. What do you want to change it to? Through the window, by the window. What are you going to change? We're going to change it
I
to.
want to keep lie.
Yes.
Never rush rituals. I want to take that out, considering my actual rituals might be leaving out soon.
I mean, you always have them, it's just you might be substituting them for something new.
Yeah. Hopefully, you know.
Things go according to plan.
I was also thinking, like, I wonder if I can learn, like, alchemy. Because that'd be really cool, like, learning poisons and shit.
Unfortunately, I think alchemy is tied to gifted people. Yeah. There's a reason why I picked out necromancy for you. Not just because, you know, I think you might find it cool, but
Oh.
it says specifically that gifted people or someone with the trait cold black blood could do necromancy. I'm like, oh, here you go. So it fits.
Yes. Okay, what did I say?
You good?
Let's say, like, name the instinct, like, eat lots of meat, rare as it gets.
Eat lots of meat.
Lots of.
Say good. Lots of meat.
Rare, and then
Rare as it gets.
comma rare as it gets.
Gotcha. Alright. Alright. I should be going now, Brogan. You take care of yourself and try to find some way to cover up that wound. Can't imagine it'll draw a lot of friendly stares.
I think I have an idea of how I can do this.
Very well. I will meet with you back when I have some information. And don't forget,
Dolan!
are you going to say it out loud? Or
No, I'm not saying this, I'm
you
just
you
realizing
just
it.
realizing something?
Out of character, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You just surprised me.
I just realized he got bit. No, don't tell me.
I have some.
I can't remember.
Of course, it's a long ways away, but I have some plans for Dolan that he's not gonna like.
Oh,
Same for you, though.
shit.
Same for everybody. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's gonna give us more Arthur points anyway. Anyway, back in character. Okay, what are we doing now?
She is preparing to leave, unless you. Oh, she says, I know this is kind of sudden, but I can promise you that this, if it is killing you, you have a long time, I'd imagine. The process of vampirism, at least, is a slow and long process, so I can't imagine anything deriven from it could take a very short time. You have time, Brogan, so please keep in mind my task for you of capturing that theft, and I will promise you that I will look into this virus of yours and give you as many answers as I can gather. Are we clear? You're going to need to find that bird if you want my help.
Mama Wuja,
Yes.
I will find that bird. But next time you come to my windowsill, wherever you happen to land, if it's bad news that you have for me, like I'm about to die or something, I'll let you know. Bring me a withered flower, and that'll be suffice enough knowledge. Or that would be a good sign. Otherwise, if I see you,
You'll know it's good
considering
news.
considering you, if I hear you give me the bad news from your own mouth, I'll be very likely to take you down with me, considering I'm in this because of you.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, though it does not suit you, she says before flying out the window. Alright, well, is there anything you wish to do before going to a very nervous sleep?
Can I put on, like, can I do it? I don't have makeup.
No.
I'm gonna put like a patch over my neck,
Okay.
and if anyone asks, I say,
I got bit by a vampire. What happened to her bud? You can try to, like, maybe next day.
shaving, cut myself shaving. Is it like
Oh,
here?
yeah. It's like right around here.
I could probably fool somebody. But where is it?
like
Would it be like?
right like here.
I wouldn't like be sure.
You can always go out and buy like a fancy scarf. It'd be kind of funny if someone like keeps notice of like your new neck gear now. Like you're always wearing something new to cover your neck. Like what's that show? Fooly Cooley.
Yeah.
He's always wearing stuff to cover up his wounds or the things.
Yeah, and like he pulls off the Band-Aid, or no, first he has a Band-Aid, then he has like a hat to cover up his cat ears.
And I had like a headband one time too.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you wish to do? For
First, I wish to quietly rush to a clothing store to.
Well, unfortunately, since it's like almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay, it's still nighttime. All right. Well, for now, I just want to treat the wound.
You want to try and treat it?
Mhm.
Do you have any sort of medical skill? You haven't noticed until you started paying attention to it now, but it is like bleeding a little bit. You don't know how well you can treat such a foreign wound, but you can maybe at least try and stop the bleeding.
Right.
You should try and you were training so many skills. How does that happen with you? I don't think anybody else is training that much. You crazy. Would you like to try and learn? I'll give you a list of the appropriate medical stuff. There's like herbalism, and I'll get the list.
Okay.
It'll be under. I mean, unless you don't want to bother with it.
No, I already have my husbandry down.
I remember I gave you 2 because you were a goat farmer for a week. There's anatomy injury. 44. 44. Alright. We have field dressing, bloodletting, apothecary, herbalism, surgery, child rearing,
Bloodletting.
bloodletting. That's like that old practice back in the day of like, oh, you've got a cold, let's bleed you out for a little bit. Oh, you're feeling woozy, let's bleed you out a little bit longer. Oh, you're about to pass out, let's bleed a little.
Bleed you out a
Oh
little
fuck,
bit
he's
longer.
dead. That's really what would happen. What about like leeches and stuff too? So
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
involving blood would be bloodletting.
I think that would work with my character, but
Yeah, it does. You want to take up bloodletting?
sure.
I mean, it's not any like worse or better than anything else.
It's just the.
It's just like the flavor.
Reality.
Yeah, reality, it would be kind of not a good idea. All right, so you want to try to practice bloodletting?
You.
All right, let's see what that's based off of, so you can see how many tests you need before you have bloodletting. No one's ever gonna let you do that to them. Here, let me help you out with that sword cut.
And what kind of aptitude?
It's
test
pressed
is it?
on perception. So your perception minus 10 is your aptitude.
7.
So 7's your aptitude, my good sir. And you're gonna try and stop the bleeding.
Yeah. And I have 3 dice to do it.
All right. It'll be a obstacle 2, but since you are
4.
Yep, 4 obstacle to stop it from bleeding.
I'm bleeding, huh? Well.
I'm bleeding.
Alright,
Yeah.
I rolled a 2.
You try your hand at like stabbing at the wound, trying to like make it run its course, but
Of course, it doesn't do shit.
it's fucking shit.
Man, I'm just bleeding more.
Buy some leeches. But yeah, you can't. This wound is really foreign to you. You have no idea like what to do in this circumstance. You have to let it bleed on its own. And
Can I find any meat in my area? I mean, can I go outside and find a rat to eat?
it's possible. You gonna do that?
Yeah.
All right. You go outside and you find one of those little rats scurching around, and you pick it up and just eat it raw.
I just.
Oh,
I don't
fuck.
even.
By
I'm
its
not
head
thinking
first.
I'm thinking like
You're just
I need
desperate?
to. Yeah.
All right. Yes, you.
Like I'm assuming like over time like my hunger was subconsciously growing, and then finally like after I like acknowledge it, like I have been kind of wanting some meat. I've been thinking about it over like more
Yeah.
and more, and I'm like
It's been.
I
It's,
really
it's the
need
same
hunger.
day you've been bitten.
Yeah,
recently,
but I
so-
imagine like the more he thought about it, it would be
Mhm.
like I really need to eat meat.
Right.
you know?
Well, you consume the rat, and you feel that hunger sated at least for now. Even though you've eaten this rat and you feel kind of foolish, you feel like it's kind of still in like the back of your mind. Like it's not even in your stomach anymore. It's kind of like in your head, saying, "I want more. I want more."
Right.
But it's like not as screaming in your head as it was before.
Okay. After I do that, I'd like to go to my house and hang out, go to sleep, and then wake up in the morning.
Go shopping.
Yeah, find maybe some
Do you have-
makeup or something that I can cover up the thing with.
Does you have any money? Cash on hand, to be specific, since I don't think you have a resources score.
Nope. I'm at 0 for
Because
resources.
you have been taxed. All right. Well, if you want to go buy stuff, you're gonna have to get a loan from somebody.
What if?
Unless you want to try and track down someone. Yeah, basically you have to get a loan from somebody. Either someone's gonna help you, or you gotta like say, "Hey, I'll pay you back." You gotta find somebody who's willing to give you money. Or you can pick up an odd job and work for a little while. Don't forget that it's the next morning, and you remember that you all are planning on meeting at the Elysium.
All right, I'll go to the Elysium.
You're gonna meet with people.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let's say I get there early though, because I'm kind of eager. Or let's say like
So you
I'm
find a way to
kinda
cover
left
up your
sleepless.
wounds.
I'm kind of left sleepless after a while.
Don't you find a
due
way
the
to?
worry.
What are you gonna do to cover your wound, or are you just gonna let it like be all flashy?
Can I? Let's see. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna walk into a new place, and
Like, we're gonna walk into.
okay, I'm gonna walk into a clothing store and say that the fabric. I'm gonna roll a falsehood. I'll walk into I'll walk into a clothing store, look around, and when the shopkeep says,
Hi, can I help you with anything?
Yes, sir. I was here recently. I don't know if I don't remember seeing your face. I'm new to town, but I was here recently and I got a scarf, and it actually left me an allergic reaction on my neck. And I show him,
The wound.
yeah. And I was wondering if I could get a refund. I thought it was a cursed piece, so I threw it in the trash. But could I get something that won't kill me?
Okay, roll your falsehood. Get a bonus dice
Shit.
for
The proof of my
yeah, the
neck.
proof.
Okay.
Do you wish to open end it? Are you?
I rolled 2 successes. I'm definitely gonna open it.
But are you trained in it? Or are you untrained?
I'm trained.
Okay, cool. It's obstacle 3, so that's his will.
All right.
Can he do it?
Please, another 6. No.
Brett had equal bad luck. Don't feel bad. It's not just you. The shopkeep says, "Oh, I'm sorry, my good sir. I'm afraid that we're gonna need proof. I'm gonna need to see the scarf in question. If you could scrounge it up from where you threw it, perhaps we could discuss a trade."
Okay, I'm gonna walk outside.
Trying to find a.
Observation. What?
I think it
observation
would
goes
be
up perception?
scavenging, actually. For
Scavenging.
yes. I believe that'd be. Let me look it up. If not, I'll give you observation. Let me see what scavenging says. Exactly. I just remember there is this. Scavenging. Player using his character's scavenging skill may state what he's looking for, maybe any type of item, but cannot be specific or unique thing. So yeah, maybe I have to be a scavenging roll, I'm afraid, since that fits the bestest. If you had the skill, I would say observation would be a good fork, but
Uh-oh.
thankfully, scavenging for clothing isn't too hard. It means obstacle 4 doubled.
Obstacle.
It's like obstacle 2, but doubled its obstacle 4.
And it goes off of perception, which is 3.
Yes.
Scavenging.
You can add persona point before if you want to. It's really important to you to find a tattered Scarf.
How about instead of walking outside, I stay inside and say, listen, I'm really just in a hurry and I need something to cover this up. If I can get you the money later, will you owe me this loan? I live at this place and you can come to my house.
Do you
Roll
like,
a persuasion, right?
Yes, please.
Which would be
Based
will.
off will. Against his will, I believe. Let me see. Persuasion. Because again, his will is 3, but since you're training it, it'd be double, so 6.
definitely gonna have to open in that.
Element OP. Yeah,
All of them are 6s.
none of them are 6s. None of them. Oh crap! I need to remember to get everyone together. Let's get your tests so far before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Wait, you're just putting in stuff that you've been testing. Is there anything that you've been skilled in that we've had you test? Falsehood?
Alright, I made another test on persuasion.
Yes.
I need one more in order to get persuasion as a skill.
Look at you. Mr.
Alright, the
Orator.
test for falsehood, 2 versus his 3. That's probably routine or something.
Challenge.
That's challenging?
Yes.
How many do I have to get to level 3?
You need 3 routines and either 2 difficult or 1 challenging.
Now can 2 challenging...
I'm afraid I cannot buy down on that. It says specifically in the book that I shouldn't do that. You gotta go persuade some really weak-willed thing, or get a bunch of forks, so you can bump up the number of dice rolling.
I see. Or I could just walk up to somebody who like doesn't know me and be like, you know, this is all natural.
All
like
natural.
this is all natural when it's really not. And they're like, okay.
Whatever you
And
say.
it's a
buddy.
routine test.
Okay. And then anything else we did? I just don't want to forget because I forgot all of Brett's stuff. We gotta do his tests. Just went. Got too
I
carried
should have used intimidation as a fork.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you didn't get any successes, so
No, for falsehood. I could have had one
Ah.
extra. That could have been the
yeah,
save.
you
Let's
gotta
see.
keep
Nope.
it.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, he says, I'm very sorry, sir. If you can perhaps bring this gentleman, if there's someone who could pay for you, I'll be willing to negotiate then, but I'm afraid it must be a buy now sort of thing. Can't have everyone just running off saying they'll pay me back later. I'll have nothing left in the store.
I see. I walk outside and I think to myself how difficult it would be to speak to the king.
To speak to the king?
Yes, considering he put me in this form. And it would be against his best wishes to change back into, or to lose my cover.
You don't have that much time before your meeting, but you can try and
No, okay. Let's see if I can be resourceful at my own house, or...
Well, you've been here for a week. I'll tell you, you've heard rumors. You've heard, I guess not rumors, we heard people talking, because it's a pretty big deal. The king, almost every day, could be found just wandering the streets of, the market square and the residential districts, just talking to people and helping people. He's always, guarded at constant times by a squad of black knights, but he's actually normally not within his palace, but within the streets.
Alright, so that would be tracking?
I would say it'd be a circles, but you could fork in stuff like tracking or streetwise or stuff like that.
Okay.
You also get a bonus dice because you know the guy's name.
I don't have circles now.
Sure. Right here.
Oh, I'm thinking it's okay, well shit, I have circles.
Yeah.
And then I don't have tracking as a thing. Definitely not.
If there's anything you want to put in.
Fork and I'm an orc. So I can just smell them.
I will say that you do get a bonus dice for knowing his name, and for it shouldn't be too hard to find him because he's the king and people are going to be talking about him. He's got a reputation. Actually, get 2 dice because he's very reputable.
I would say, okay, so 4 total.
Yes, and let me find you an appropriate obstacle based on The circles thing spoken in the book. The circles. Circles 377. So I'm gonna give you a wrong circles. Alright, circles, obstacles. What are you looking for? Alright. Base obstacle 1. You're looking for a guy who is social class, higher rank, 30.
My resources, I made a test for that, right?
Resources?
Yeah, with the
Oh, yeah, when you're-
gambling.
That's right. I'd say you get.
Or did I make a test, or did I just offer it up?
You would still test for resources. I'd say you got a routine test for resources. Alright, and your obstacle is going to be 3 to find the king.
And it's also steel that I had to, or was it fortitude?
For what?
Drinking.
Oh, Jay, it was a fortitude test. We usually, but only the difficult and challenging ones matter. I think there was a routine test where you just
Okay.
didn't do that good because you had
Yeah.
enough successes.
All right, so what?
Obstacle 3, in order to find the king.
I walk up to the nearest person, and I walk through the market district, and I walk up to the nearest person, saying, "Excuse me, have you seen the king?" This
Oh, I
guy.
am the king.
Oh my! I got 2.
Alright, so what's your task and intent? You want to try and find the king
Find
before
the king before
your meeting?
the meeting. Yes.
Okay. Well, you ask around, and you do, in fact, get pointed in the direction of the king, but it's taking you a long time asking people, and you realize that as soon as you see the king in the distance, that you're either going to be able to talk with the king or make it to your meeting. You can't do both. Maybe you can find the king after, or maybe he'll be gone. You don't know. Mystery. Priority.
All right. I'd like to.
You see the king is speaking with some children at the moment as he's flanked by 4 of his black knights.
I decide to make a scarf out of something.
Out of
and
something?
and go to the meeting.
What you gonna make a scarf out of? Just-
Maybe like a tattered, cloth. Maybe some type of
So
linen
it's
that
just
I
scavenge for it?
scavenge. Yeah.
Would you like to make me an obstacle 4 scavenge test because you're untrained in scavenging?
You.
Would you like to take a bonus dice because you
Well, I'm training. It's
you are training it, but I'll give you a bonus dice because it shouldn't be that hard. Don't be so
Okay.
hard on yourself.
all right.
I'll give you more, but you're kind of in a time constraint.
I'd like to quickly. I'd like to find an appropriate and decent-looking scarf to wear on my neck. And if I can't find it quickly, I'm not.
You're gonna raise so
If
many
I-
eyes. You're gonna like.
If I can't find it quickly, I can't. I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna go to the meeting and just try and falsehood my way out of it.
Okay.
2, 3, no 3.
You do find a scarf, but it's moth-eaten and dirty and very smelly. You have to do a lot of work to get this thing looking like presentable. But it could do the job if you really wanted to.
Shit. All right. All right.
Just
That'll
like-
do the job. Just I definitely don't want them to see what.
You still want them to see the wound. You don't care if you have a ratty thing. You still want them to see the wound it's concealing.
Right.
All right. So you wrap this thing around your neck. You kind of feel the grease and the grime press against your neck as you pull it around you hastily and head off towards Elysium.
And now I can walk back to the guy, falsehood, and say, "Here's a piece of shit."
Fuck you. But unfortunately, you don't have enough time at the moment.
No, but after the thing, I want to do that.
That's true. If we need scavenging sooner. Okay. Bring in Boniface, please.
Boniface.
You may stay if you like, but you don't have to. You're not going to be in the scene just yet. No, sir. You all will hopefully be together afterwards, though. Depending on how long the conversation goes.
Yeah.
Which to at least end the session with you guys all at the bar.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Thanks on that.
Oh, Boniface.
Oh, you're changing my name. You're changing who I am.
You're playing so many people right now.
Yeah.
Alright. Boniface has a probably restless sleep the night of taking on this job and being these strange people. Much different, a sudden turn of pace from his normal sheltered life. And when he's awakened by a knock on the door, you see that it is morning light, probably very early morning light.
I rise and crack the door just a tad. Who's
You s-
there?
You see it's one of your fellow monks. He's looking nervous. It's actually the same monk that told you guys about the dwarves last night.
Yeah, I named him Gregorian.
Gregorian.
Yeah. Oh, Brother Gregorian. Good morning.
Let me put his name in here so I don't forget him. Brother Gregorian. How do you spell that?
G, like Greg.
Greg. Or R-I-N.
Yep. Like Orion, but instead an O.
Temple monk. Alright. He says, Boniface? Brother Boniface? There's another one of those dwarves here to see you.
Oh God. Oh God.
What did I do? What did I do?
Okay, thank you.
He just nods and walks off.
Guess I'll walk to the front of the temple where
In your pajamas?
I sleep in my robes.
Oh.
Because I don't deserve pajamas.
I'm making a, what does he call it? Like monks who don't do stuff, you know. You're not succumbing to the allures of wearing pajamas to bed.
Yeah.
You're abstaining
wear
from it.
I wear my itchy robes all
Yes.
the time because I don't deserve anything better than that.
You see when you walk into he says he's waiting for you in like the main entrance. Well, let's talk about a little bit just briefly about how this church is set up. Is there like places where people go to eat here, like for the monks? Is there
Yeah,
like a
there'd be
dining
like
hall?
a
and-
dining hall, yeah.
He says he's waiting for you in the dining hall.
Right?
Okay, you're gonna go ahead there.
Yeah.
Okay, you see there's not an entourage of dwarves this time. There's a lone dwarf. He looks rather aged. He's balding at the top. He's got snow white hair and like spectacles, and he seems to be thumbing through a book as he's enjoying some fine fruits and wine that you assume was provided by your monks.
Can I help you, sir?
He looks up and says, "Are you Boniface?
Yes, I am.
Well, have a seat, please. I am here. I am a seems good old dwarf name.
Oldie dwarf.
Oldie dwarf.
How about
Something that starts with a U. Thinking you. You're
Urist?
Urist. Who do that? Urist.
Yeah, I named somebody.
You did it. Dwarf. What's the label for somebody who handles paperwork and stuff?
Like a paralegal? But you're looking for a fancier term, right?
Something. Maybe something like
A
dwarf.
record keeper? Or?
Yeah. Dwarf recorder. He's a recorder. Alright. I am Urist. I come on behalf of the mother.
Uh-huh.
She wishes for me to have you look over this. He says he reaches into like a satchel he has beside him and pulls out a few stacks of paper, places it on the table. Says this is the official contract she wishes for you and your compatriots to sign for the job that was discussed last night. You may go over the details as you wish.
Alright.
In brief, it states that she will provide you and your crew with any traveling needs, necessities that you need to complete the job, anything your enchanting would require. in return, and will receive payment for completing the task to a sum of 100 guilders.
And is there anything about, repercussions if we fail, if some of us disappear, precautionary?
We are under no responsibilities for your well-being if you were to fall as such the natural order. If you are unable to complete the task, the everything on this contract is void. Also, and according to completing this task, she would like you to, if there's any valuables that are found during this job, to be turned over to the mother.
Okay. I mean, I'm no legal man, but I'll inform the others of.
Yes, please take this copy with you and have the others, and yourself, of course, sign upon it at the bottom.
Will do. Is there anything else I'm needed for?
Well, I'm here also to take note of if there's anything you wish you require for your enchanting. Any sorts of materials.
Okay.
If it's a bad time, I am.
Well, I'm honestly, like a fool, I didn't take down the notes of what my compatriots asked for.
One sec. Hey, while you're here, what did Lucius ask for enchantment?
A cane.
Oh yeah, cane for torturing. That's right.
Bragan wanted some sort of amulet that helped him with falsehood or persuasion for Serveus, the dwarf.
Was it falsehood?
I think falsehood, I'd imagine.
Right.
Yeah, and then Dolan wanted something to help him with sleight of hand, like stealing, I think.
Alright. Well, are you sticking in here, bro?
Mosquitoes got me.
You're fine, it's fine.
Tired of being itchy.
Well, I'm going to need a few unorthodox items for what has been asked for.
He pulls out like a quill and ink and parchment in order to write down what you require.
I need the tongue of a known liar. I'm not talking about minor lies, minor white lies. I'm saying this guy has lied so much that he can't even tell the truth anymore. I'm going to need the hands, or I'm sorry, the left hand of a man who was caught stealing. Right hand, I'm sorry. Use your right hand to eat. It's cut off when someone's caught stealing sometimes.
Yes, yes.
And the last one, it's a little more. I'm honestly not comfortable asking for the last one. Can you make sure that these things that you're getting that maybe you could get a hand that's already been chopped off and they've thrown away, or in the tongue of a liar that recently died. I mean,
Make sure you do not require these items to be fresh.
I'm
afraid you know more about these things than I do.
Well, I mean,
Than we dwarves do, in fact.
I'm saying as fresh as possible. Like, I don't. Look, I'm a priest. I'm a priest. I can't be involved in you just ripping some guy's tongue out because some guy in my group asked for it.
He looks at you over his spectacles and says, "Then, if we say nothing, but do it anyways, that would be sufficient.
Yeah,
as long as you don't know about it."
Yeah, but now I know about it because that's exactly what you're planning on doing.
Not necessarily. Let's simply make it a plan B. You don't have to wish to know which plan we follow.
Yeah, but I'm directly responsible for some guy getting his tongue ripped out.
Not exactly.
If you cannot find it as I've asked for, don't get it. It's not that important.
Are you quite sure?
Look, if some guy wants to be able to steal something better, maybe he should just practice. Or if some guy wants to learn to be a better liar, maybe he should just lie more. And the last one, unfortunately, I don't really know if I want to be a part of it, but if you can somehow find the bottled screams of a tortured soul,
Interesting.
And also, from said person, I'm going to need marks of torture. Which means if someone was burned with an iron, you remove the burned flesh. They were stabbed, remove the scab or take some of the blood. Something that was taken by a torture wound.
Finishes writing with this quill. Anything
So
else?
I guess maybe if you have some connections into like a torturer's chamber, someone who deserved it, you could take some of his screams or something.
Yes, of course. Anything else you require? I will, if needed, I can return at a later date if you find you need more.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you get me a... Well, I'm obviously going to need someone to create these items by hand while I'm enchanting them.
Yes, we can provide you some of our best dwarf smiths when it comes time for you to enchant.
I expected as much.
Dwarven smiths. Whatever. Wording.
Let me feel like there's one last thing I want.
You know what? I think I've got an idea. So I have a question. Dwarves thing is greed, right?
Yes.
And what's that do for 'em? Like on the positive end?
Positive end? I'm not quite sure. I haven't really looked into it that much because no one's really played like a dwarf except for Wyatt, but we never got that far into Wyatt's character.
Yeah.
Let me look it up. I'm sure it does something good.
Yeah. Kind of shitty for them if it didn't.
It's just like a bad thing. That's all you get. Let me see. Dwarven greed. Dwarven greed. Let me pause this while I look into this more in depth.
I need but I'm going to I'm gonna volunteer to be the tortured soul. It doesn't have to be someone bad, so I can be the one to do it. Because no offense, you've made me a little paranoid about your guys' methods.
I simply am an honest businessman. He says, but you wish to be tortured, though?
You know what? I'd rather it be me than someone who doesn't deserve it.
I admire your commitment.
Yes. And in fact, within me we'll find the last ingredient for one of the things I want to make. The blood of a wretch. So, believe me.
Blood of a wretch. Well, is there anything else you require?
No, I think that'll be it for now.
Very well. Please, like I said, take this, he says, sliding over the contract to you, and have your compatriots and yourself sign it upon reading it. You'll find maybe some things that interest you. The dealing with having Corvus set free will not be labeled within the contract itself, nor will the mother's name be signed at the bottom. It'll be signed by another person who will take responsibility should the contract fall to pieces or be fulfilled. Mother wishes that you simply take her word for it that she will have Corvus sent free. She cannot have it found on any documentation, have it brought back to her.
Well, if you may answer a few of my questions, I do have a few.
But of course.
How do you guys know about...
Oh. I'm afraid that's something you should speak with Mother about. However, she has passed... You have reminded me. Sorry, just my old age. I tend to forget a few things. That she wants you to know that she has her sources. There is another survivor from your little mishap. She won't give you the details on him just yet. Consider it an extra bonus reward for completing the task. She'll give you his information. But there is something she wanted to pass along to you. He reaches into his satchel. He pulls out something like wrapped around in fine cloth. Seems to be from the design, some kind of hand mirror. He passes it over to you. This is an ancient ancient dwarven relic that I insist you handle with extreme care and precaution.
And why am I to handle it at all?
It's. No one quite knows the name of it, but its purpose is quite clear. Those who look into the mirror see the thing they desire most, be it wealth, or beauty, or simply finding a long lost love. They see into this mirror faint images of what they're after, and the more they take the path towards attaining that goal, the more clear the picture comes. Whereas if the more you take away from it, the more unclear the picture comes. She wishes to pass this on to you, not to keep, of course, but something to hold on to while you complete your journey.
Alright, I'm gonna take a look into the mirror.
Alright, you unfold the cloth, you see the mirror is very, very, very finely decorated. Looks like it's made out of solid gold with gems encrusted in designs of creatures and all sorts of weird things. And you look into the mirror and you see the head of a person, like the back of a person's head. The hair is very messy and brown and falls down to the middle of the person's back, and suddenly it hits you that this is your wife's hair. You couldn't picture it at all before you looked into this image just now, but it just comes flooding back to you, the images of her hair, how it smelled, how it felt. But you can't, of course, you can't get anything else. But
Should I take a steel test? Because I feel this would be very shocking.
I'll give you a steel test for it. You don't have to take one. I'll just give it to you because he's not gonna like jump you or anything.
Steel test.
So it's not gonna affect.
No, if I fail, I drop the mirror.
Oh shit! I run screaming.
What would it be?
Let's make it a obstacle 3 steel. What is your steel?
Steel 4. This guy is 5.
All right, 5 on 3 is a routine.
What do I need to upgrade it?
5 to 6. You need 3 difficulties and 2 challenges. Actually, routine doesn't matter.
What?
What?
Did I get power test?
Yeah, I was actually, whenever you were going to come back in here, I was going to go over with you about it because we skipped a lot of your tests. I'm sorry. Got absorbed in the role play.
Well, I appreciate the gesture. Oh, and one more thing. Why are we babysitting a dwarf?
This dwarf is very... You're speaking of Serveus, I assume.
Well, the guy that was with us last night.
Yes, Serveus. I personally am not quite sure either why the mother keeps him so close. Perhaps she sees something in him that I simply do not.
Doesn't seem quite dwarfy to you? Or like, not dwarfy. But what I'm looking for is...
He seems rather odd.
Yeah. That's what I picked up too.
Perhaps that's why she likes him. I cannot say. I cannot speak for the mother.
Well, not to disrespect the mother, but maybe she likes strange.
That would not come as a surprise to me, to be honest.
Is she younger than you?
No, I am one of the oldest of the family. She, while probably well into her few centuries, is not quite that young, that old for dwarven standards.
I was just wondering, like, I honestly, you know, dwarven culture is a mystery to me. I've never took an interest before. Just, yeah, I didn't. I thought it might have been the oldest was in charge, but if it's as you say, it's obviously not the case.
It's old ancient dwarven tradition for the oldest to be in charge, but the dwarves here are different. We are not. I'm not part of her family by blood. Many of the dwarves in the family are not bound by blood. They've come here because they seek to be within some sort of power, and the mother and her blood family sort of have that power for whatever reason.
Do you seek power?
I did, until I obtained it.
Oh, you did?
In my own way.
Well, I guess congratulations.
Why, thank you. It's taken quite a long time to get here.
Oh, well, I don't know how much you dwarves enjoy drinking.
I enjoyed a few gallons in my days, but I'm afraid I've grown to distaste it.
Really? Well, it's too bad Brother Gregorian disdains drunkards. He finds them a plague upon society. So he brews his own beer.
Oh, does he? Well, perhaps I can be persuaded to try some the next time we meet. I'm afraid, though, I can only be here for a short while just to pass along the message.
Well, I understand. You got work to do. Well, maybe next time you're here, we'll be celebrating our victory.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, I mean, you'll need both.
He sits up and says, "Well, it's a pleasure getting to know you, Boniface, and I wish you and your comrades the best of luck with the trials ahead."
It was a pleasure. No offense to your race, but you're the most pleasant dwarf I've ever met.
It takes quite a few centuries for dwarves to become such as I, but give them a chance.
Oh.
Let them just have rocky exteriors.
Well, your age and wisdom is evident.
Why, thank you. Until next we meet, Boniface.
Until next time.
Gathers his stuff and proceeds to head out. You have a little bit of time before y'all's meeting at, Elysium.
Well, I'm going to go back to my room and try and find a spot to hide the mirror for safety.
All right, you will find if you want it, you can just tell me what the spot is. If you have one in mind, you know the room better than I do.
Well, I'm gonna try and look around for almost like a loose stone, in like the floor of the wall, and kind of like remove it and hide the mirror behind it.
Yeah, I mean this temple's been around for a while. There's plenty enough. You find a loose stone, like if you look underneath the bed, you find a few loose stones. You can safely tuck the mirror away in without hopefully breaking it.
Well, I make sure to forcefully smash the stone down.
Well, you broke it.
And I'm just gonna kind of gently push it. I'm gonna put like some maybe cloth I have on top of it, plus the cloth that came wrapped in the kind of cushion.
Good idea. Well, anything else you wish to do before the meeting?
Panic.
Now is the time to panic.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Lucius and Dolan, is there anything you guys are doing the morning before the meeting?
I don't think my character knows much anything about it.
You guys had discussed it after Gurger had talked to you guys. Lucius wanted you all to meet at Elysium the next morning to make plans.
Well, no, not really.
Anything you're gonna do, Lucius, before the meetings at Elysium?
Nah.
Alright, well, when you guys are ready, come on over here. Yeah, Nathan too. Moving on over. It's nice when it all comes together
So we're
like
all
this.
meeting?
Yes, we're all meeting.
Everybody's here.
Unless you guys are saying like, no, well, we invite you earlier,
I don't go to the meeting because
yeah, you're all.
What's the fear of like going outside and stuff? I
Uh,
know I've heard the word before, I just can't remember it right now.
that's what that one guy had from the AHK.
Yeah.
He had to go outside unless it was nighttime.
I don't want to be that guy.
You want to be Hikikomori?
Not really.
That's the best way to live.
Interesting.
All right.
I would
So-
say terrible things on it.
What are you doing, Chip?
The morning of the meeting. Everyone comes in their own way to
Oh my God, who just voted?
meet in Elysium.
I'm inclined to think it was you, Nathan.
It was not me.
Considering
You were here-
the
you were here,
second
my
Oh my
you
God.
came over here,
Oh my
it
God.
smelled like gas.
No,
What?
I think you're just passing the blame.
No,
Wasn't me.
going over there.
I'm really not.
I think you are.
Someone passed gas in
I'm
Elysium,
really not though.
and now no
Oh
one's
God,
gonna
it's wafting over here now. Fuck.
How can I smell it?
Let's see. Brett walked this way as I sat down.
Nathan, nobody even said anything until you came in and sat down.
That was in game, so I farted.
Right. Well,
Now the meeting has to
Oh,
be
Make sure you get
postponed.
on the recorder. Somebody farted. We just don't know who.
Well, I'll pause the
Ludicrous.
recorder
Yeah.
until everyone's in talking distance, whatever. So you all show up to Elysium. It's early. It's kind of early in the morning, so he's kind of dead, except for what's his face, good old
Frank?
Earl Finnegan,
Earl.
the barkeep.
Earl Frank Joe.
Do you guys just like pull out a table to all
Irish
sit around in?
setting. Yeah, I pull up to a chair.
And I'm already drinking.
Yeah,
I got me 8 beers.
I just casually sit down and don't really make eye contact. Kind of keep my head down. I do not like bars.
Something worthy of note is that Serveus is wearing a strangely disgusting looking scarf around his neck.
Disgusting how.
It looks like it was in the trash not but a few seconds ago. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because your characters would notice this as soon as they step into the bar because it stinks like ass.
That's a very
Arrow.
interesting choice of fashion, Surveys.
Yeah, well, it was getting kind of cold, and due to recent gambling efforts, I couldn't really afford one for myself. So,
So you grab from out of the trash.
yes.
Lovely.
You are a pitiful, pitiful creature.
Says the elf who is an alcoholic, and
At least I don't smell like ass.
you just look like it.
Actually, I look quite beautiful. You, on the other hand, look like an ass.
Well, I'm sure shit
smell like one
still
too.
thinks it looks like beautiful shit.
No. Shit knows it looks like shit. That's why it wears shitty scarves.
No. Wrong. You're
Yes.
very wrong.
Correct.
Don't we have more important things to talk about right now? Like, the fact that we're supposed to be going after some.
Rat people.
Yeah. By the way, I was contacted by the dwarves, and I'm getting the supplies needed to make your guys' equipment. But it will take time.
How much time?
Not exactly sure. It depends on how fast they get the equipment and how fast the dwarven craftsmen show up to make the items for enchantment.
Dwarven craftsman, huh?
Yep.
Well. Okay, so what do we do from here? Where do we go from now?
Suppose,
Does Boniface wish to bring up the thing he was passed? Not the thing that the other thing?
Right. Duh. When the dwarf came and took down the supplies I needed, he also gave me this. Plop. I had a big stack of papers on the table. It's our contract for the job. We all have to sign it if we want to get rewarded after.
Okay.
not signed anything until I read through this.
Alright, I'll give you guys
read
the overview of the whole thing. Basically, it says that you all be provided with necessary provisions for travel into the mountains. It also says that you will be paid the sum of 100 guilders for achieving the task of returning the goats to the family. It says that any valuables found along the journey must also be given to the family, and that and also it notes the it will fulfill any requirements needed by the enchanter, and that's about it. And signed at the bottom is a name none of you recognized, except perhaps Serveus. It is signed Carver at the bottom.
Who is Carver?
The name rings a bell. Let me think about it.
He was the goat farmer
Oh.
that was giving you those orders.
Oh, actually, wow. Okay, he's somewhat of. I wouldn't necessarily call him an employer, but he gives me things to do as far as goat farming.
Mr. Reyes, why are goats so important to Dwarven culture?
It's their business. Why is committing suicide so important to you guys?
You mean it's your business?
I didn't start it. It's the family's business.
Reyes, why are you so defensive?
I'm not defensive.
Talk
I
about
just.
the dwarves in a third person.
I don't get it, man. I'm just making an observation and you just kind of attack me.
Well, honestly, they weren't really a big part of my life, but to these people, they seem to be. It seems to be their livelihood. So I don't
I
have
mean,
questions.
in your life, growing up with elves that have my name,
Right. Why do I have hostility coming from you, Lucius?
because you're a dwarf for one, and two, you claim to have my family name. And
I mean, I can't control what name I was born under. I know you might feel like you're. I know you might feel like you're entitled to a little bit more, than sharing a name. But
I see no elf in your dwarven stature, and I don't see
Alright,
how you
well,
would work that
No,
out.
we got more important stuff to do than drill at the work because you feel inadequate because he shares a last name with
I don't
you.
feel inadequate. I want to know why he has my last name. Since
Why
I
does it
know he
matter
wasn't
that
on
much? We have to
family.
work together anyway. Look at
Because
this
if I have to
like
work-
brotherhood.
If I gotta work with him, I need to trust him, and I don't trust him at all about anything.
Well, how many people do you trust in this world?
Two.
Case in point. Who are the two, by the way?
Well, Corvus and Corvus and Sylvanas. Yes, Sylvanas.
You don't trust yourself?
Absolutely no. I'm a drunk.
Oh, well,
Can't trust a drunk.
I guess you're an honest drunk though.
You can say I'm a realist.
Yeah. So what did Corvus ever do for you? To make you trust him?
Pretty stand up.
Really? Because I remember when we were growing up, he'd constantly leave me in circus and tail.
I mean,
that just sounds adventurous, though.
yeah, I don't blame him for that.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, why didn't you go chase the tail?
Well, let's just say me and Corvus have different tastes in the tail we go after.
Interesting.
What-
I'm not sure I follow, but
We just have different tastes in sexual partners. You know, some guys like
Oh,
some
okay.
guys like brunettes, some like blondes.
I had a
Corvus
feeling
likes
about that guy
students.
when I was in jail with him.
Oh. Wait.
You didn't drop the soap, did you?
What?
I didn't have enough time to even go near the soap.
Corvus is gay. You didn't know that? You worked with the guy, but you didn't know he was gay. Oh, I knew he's gay. Oh, see, look, Boniface knows something you don't.
To answer your question, there's only one person that I trust, and her name is Sylvanas.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see your trust is an unshakable foundation.
Oh yes. I don't know what to say about this.
It's turned into quite the meeting.
In fact,
I think Dolan fell asleep at the table. He's had a long night.
Chip, do you want to go home now, or
No, I'm not tired.
I don't know, I was just joking. Like you were saying earlier, like, so you want to go home tonight, or?
Well,
Not now.
not that excited.
No, I know. It's just like you're saying, like rather than sleeping here, and then I don't know. I'm just poking fun. Anyway,
No, I really doubt my cousin's preference of sexual partner has anything to do with this meeting. I just want to see how you react to that, because
oh wait, doesn't he want to start a family?
I don't know, man. I haven't kept contact with Corvus. Honestly, we kind of had a falling out after I stuck up for him, and he left me with Dick.
I get it.
By
Earl's listening in, by
that
the
I
way.
mean he left me with nothing. Basically, Corvus got kicked out of family. I told everybody that was unfair. Well, then I got kicked out of the family.
Wait, was he kicked out because he's gay?
No.
Oh.
He was kicked out because he doesn't have a legitimate claim. He's a bastard. He doesn't have. We don't know who his mom is.
But does High Lord Arthas know that?
Well, I assume since he gave her the plow. I'm a priest. I can make lewd gestures.
Wait.
I'm not sure I appreciate these new gestures even still. Just continue with your story, if you would.
But yeah, we don't know who Corvus' mom is. I don't even actually know if my uncle Arthas actually does know who the mom is, but he'd be the only guy who would know, I assume.
So.
Unless he told someone else.
Where exactly do we have to go
Well, I mean,
for these rats?
Oh, yeah, and the-
to be killed?
In the contract, it details the path y'all will need to take up the mountains. It's something else that I forgot to talk about with you when I was the dwarf that should be mentioned even if he's forgetful, is that he suggests that if you guys do not know how to ride horses, that you start learning how to ride horses, because on horse it's a couple days journey to get to the mountains himself. On foot, you guys are looking at a very, very long time. You're gonna need some horses if you want to make any sort of progress without people starting to wonder if you're dead.
I can handle the horse thing for us.
I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody in my family in a really long time, but I mean, we could always ask my uncle if it's to get his son out of prison.
I was just gonna commandeer a couple of the military's cavalry.
Yeah, let's not do that,
Why not?
because that's illegal.
See, it's not illegal, it's commandeer. And
That's illegal unless you get an order, and I doubt you can give an order.
technically I'm the leader of my suicide squad right now.
Well, technically, your suicide squad is also under heavy questioning. Also think of
And
that.
also, we're a new group.
Yeah.
We're all on equal footing right now. We don't really have a leader. I nominate that guy though, because he seems like a stand-up dude.
That dude hadn't said shit. I talked to him alone
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
when I got him drunk, but
And honestly,
aside from that,
I mean, honestly, I'm a coward. You're a drunk. You're a bit of a prick. He's the only one who hasn't done anything wrong yet.
Except
I'm only a
entire
prick.
reason he's part of the suicide squad is because of his wrongdoings.
I had to eat to live. Didn't have any money.
You could have joined the military.
Well, he did eventually, didn't
You
he?
could have been
He was forced to leave.
anything.
He did eventually join the military.
No, you chose a life of crime. And now I'm stuck with you, paying for it. But no, I like you. You're a stand-up guy.
Yeah, see, look.
You don't know that.
Well, you just said it.
But
I think you are drunk.
so, okay. Well, I think we should.
Just some background information real quick about the horses. Lucius and Dolan would know, being part of the SS, that there is always an anonymous person saying that for a small fee, they'll train anyone. They will teach people who are interested in horses horseback riding if they are interested. Any of the SS people,
So,
or any of the military people in general.
know a guy who knows a guy who's heard of this guy that will show us how to ride.
So I need money.
So,
Well, then where do we get money?
Would that be a learning skill thing or writing or
You can get instructors to teach you, which makes the process a lot faster if you have someone to teach you. It just usually it involves
it's like a couple.
it would involve finding the person and paying the person, and then spending time being instructed by the person.
Speaking of my little instruction kind of thing, would I have to pay for that? Would you know, or
when you have to write
You're not aware, but you're assuming that you don't have to pay.
Okay.
Assuming she's just looking for
hopefully,
a
yeah, because they're looking for an apprentice.
Right.
So they're okay.
Too crazy, you're just kind of like killing.
No, I mean, dwarves
Oh.
ride horses.
If you give him a boost on it.
Probably like donkeys or something like that. Or like Shetland ponies. Or something.
Yeah, like in the gear that says will be
Goats.
provided with you guys, there will be a small caravan like driven by a donkey that will accompany you guys and hold most of the stuff. It's a cart
Oh,
that's supposed to be
We've got another Murphy.
yes, it's supposed to be for getting the goats from one side to the other.
I fear for his life already.
It's gonna be for the goats, but there's gonna be a donkey,
Oh,
so.
tied up with knocked out. Enemy.
That's such a shitty idea. Alright, so let's get some funding together. First
Oh,
thing
yeah. One last thing.
Hey Dolan, this is your conscience. Money. You can ignore me or not. Just telling you money. You don't have to say anything. I'm just I'm like a conscience.
One thing that I do have to ask is, I am going to be having a weapon made to be enchanted. I just need to know what kind of weapon you guys want it to be and who wants to carry it.
Lucius, you seem like the fighting type.
Yeah,
I can't wield a weapon to save my life. But, I mean, enchanting's my help.
I mean, Dolan could probably use a knife or something if it's a small weapon, but
I would say Dolan, considering I'm very invested in the sword that I have.
Don't we roll for our wealth?
It depends. When you have cash on hand, you can use that to like fork into your resources roll, and if you succeed in a resources roll, like if it's 0, you'll bump it up to 1, and then you test it like normal to bump it up to higher exponents. Resources kind of covers a very like general term. Involves the money you have back at home, money you have saved up, loans you have, stuff like that. Resources is very broad, and cash on hand is just like very liquid.
I get you.
But it can be used to like pay for stuff like services and all that. You can use cash on hand for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I forget something about enchanting. Isn't it the more specific triggers you give it, the cheaper or the easier the obstacle is to create it?
For enchanting?
Yeah.
I think so. I had to look because there's a lot of stuff that goes into how difficult enchanting is.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure like making the obstacle like weird or like the trigger weird or specific.
Yeah, I'm sure that helps with it.
Yeah.
At least something we can look into even like out of this session. We can like start doing this as
Because I was gonna bring this up though, because based on because they want me to make things that are violent in nature, as far as a torturing stick, a lying, like things that are not considered good.
right.
I'm gonna say that if the objects the objects don't work unless they're used with good intent.
I got you. You gotta make them. Yeah, I got you.
Because the only way I know to enchant is with religious text. Making these kind of items comes with drawbacks. A ring that lets you lie, a stick that lets you torture. I mean, there has to be some good in it.
Are you role playing now? Are you like okay? Just making sure.
So, what kind of weapon are you thinking of making?
Any kind of weapon you want. Or are you asking what it does?
Yeah, I'm asking what it does.
Well, I'm gonna believe myself very dry and hopefully live. I plan to hopefully infuse the weapon with a bit of my own power.
And why don't you use the weapon?
I don't know how.
you can learn.
If I taught you.
It could take years to become good at it.
What if I'm a good teacher?
You have 2 months.
But let's just make it. Okay, fine. You can teach me, but if by the end of 2 months I'm not sufficient, someone else can teach you.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Bonding moments.
But-
Yay.
Do we make a knife or a sword?
I would recommend for you to make a sword.
Because he'd be teaching how to use a sword.
Exactly.
Well, I'm saying if these could teach me how to use a knife, we think it would be better.
I mean, that's personal preference to, I guess, you, since you'd be learning with it. using it potentially.
Which one makes me less likely to be dead?
I would say
The
sword.
sword. The sword.
Then we'll do sword.
Cool. I get to train someone.
Yeah.
Never trained anyone
Would
before.
you like to learn to read? I can teach you how to read.
Well, I don't know how to read normal human language.
Or I could teach you to write calligraphy.
I don't know how to write.
could you teach me how to read? Help a supposed plebeian dwarf out.
Oh, don't appeal to me. You were just a jerk to me like 2 minutes ago and I asked a simple question.
I wasn't a jerk. I thought you were making fun of my race,
Well,
like
said,
y'all
you said,
constantly do.
well, then you said you weren't. You also told me you weren't defensive, so that means you weren't defensive. You're not being very nice to me or straight with me. I don't appreciate it.
Also,
Maybe at the end of the 2 months when I trust you more, I'll teach you something on the road. But you're gonna have to be nicer to me.
We'll see then.
That's seriously dwarf.
I believe good deeds bring upon more good deeds. So
I understand.
be
I
kind
understand.
and rewind.
What does that even mean?
It's a movie title.
the VHS tapes.
Oh.
Be kind. Rewind.
Before you bring it back into the place where you rented from.
Oh.
So,
Remember that, listeners. Do that. Moral.
The movie's okay. You don't have to watch it. I mean, I liked it, but it was okay.
No.
He's saying.
I know. I'm
be
just.
kind,
I'm
rewind.
putting in my 2 cents too.
Yeah.
In addition to what you're saying.
Well, yeah. Just be kind and rewind. Don't be that dick that doesn't rewind the VHS.
Be kind and burn the witch.
Okay.
so we need to come up with funds first.
I would not have any help there.
All I can say is appeal to my dad or my uncle. I'd say my uncle because I hate my dad.
We're getting Corvus to talk to his dad.
Who is your dad?
My dad,
Your dad.
Arthas's brother, his name is Jonathan Lotide.
Write this down. I know, is Jonathan Lotay a prominent person?
He's just takes up some of the, like how you're saying Arthas doesn't really like doing a lot of the bureaucratic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He does some of the bureaucratic stuff in hopes of gaining some favor and money and shit. I mean, he's like well off, but he's not like, super mega ultra rich.
Fortunately, I would say Lucius would not know much of Jonathan Lotay because he's kind of he's not like, he doesn't take the face that Arthas does. He just does Arthas's paperwork.
I would say you should talk to your uncle. I'll talk to what contacts I have within the military, and also to Sylvanas about securing horses before we leave.
What was it? The dwarves said they provide us with everything. Duh, that's them for that stuff, right? I mean, right?
I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
it'd be extremely considerate, but they did say.
I don't think they were planning on paying for us to learn how to ride a horse.
Well, if they want it done fast, hey, contracts are meant to be, negotiated, right?
That is true. We did sign it. It is a binding contract. They would pay for our resources. Pay for everything.
Yeah, they did say they pay for the resources. I would write this down as a business expense.
You could say that.
Can you get in touch with the dwarves surveyors?
I most certainly can.
Then do so, and we should meet back here in
2 months. Don't talk to each other till then.
6 hours.
You guys probably want to meet to learn how to ride horses before
Nope.
the 2 months end.
2 months.
We'll learn in 2 months.
We'll learn separately of each other, and then we'll see who did the best learning.
Maybe
All
I'll
right.
just use all my persona
How
on.
about we just meet back here tonight? I can get a lot done today.
In 12 hours, we'll meet back.
Sounds good.
This is going to be a very long 2 months. I can already tell.
And, Earl! Earl!
I'm awake. What's going on? What's burning?
That tells me
What's burning?
You were the wheel? And the witch?
Are you sure the end's not on fire though?
So the what?
The end's not on fire?
No, it's not on fire.
Okay, good. Last time I did this, the end was on fire.
Then what?
Fell asleep.
Earl, give me a drink.
Okay. He tosses it to you from the no. He
Oh shit, no!
my bear. He'll bring it to you.
I would dive backwards, but still catch it.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good place to end it for the night. But let's actually, since we're all pretty awake for once, let's do the Arthur points now. While it's still fresh in the mind.
Arthur points.
Arthur points.
Arthur points.
Fine, I'll skip you for now. Start with
The
Lucius.
guy that was trying to employ me again. That was gonna be my next step.
Yes, I will put in. I don't think I ever gave him a name. He is. Wait, the guy who you spoke with in the house or in the barracks, who shared the wine with you?
He wasn't trying to employ me.
Whoa.
Yeah, no. So you're talking about So you're talking about the guy in the house
Yeah, he was
who's
like
sitting on a kid,
Yeah.
even younger than the guy. Okay. His name will be Urahil.
Uriel?
Yeah, let's do Uriel. That's what I'm trying to think of. Uriel. Nice.
No. Reminds me of Uriah Faber. And I immediately hate this character.
Uriel Heathing.
Heathing?
You know what? I should have named the dwarf Will Wheaton.
Quill Wheaton.
Quill. There's no H in Will.
Quill Wheaton.
Will, is there an H in your name?
No.
There's no H in Will.
Will Wheaton.
Will
Yeah.
Wheaton.
His name is Uriel Heathing. Is the guy
Uriel Heaton.
Heathen.
Uriel Wheaton.
All right, we'll start with Corvus first. Corvus slash Boniface. Though I think, unless Corvus becomes relevant, it might be the last we see of Corvus for a while. But he was part of this, so. For what I said, that's happened just now. From noble starting family line. Related to 1,000 races. Authorities. Well, actually, I don't think Corvus really did anything. He just learned more shocking information, which is.
He has got so much shocking things learned.
Let's go straight to Boniface. Where are you, Boniface? There you are. I didn't put you in italics so you stand out more.
What is Boniface's title going to be?
I don't know. Think about that.
Boniface and Will.
The Enchanter?
Bonner.
Might just call him the Enchanter.
Bonner.
The gods are too important to help mortals. Haven't had to deal with gods. I'll find my wife. Yes, take a fate point for that one.
Where's Boniface's sheet? Corvus.
It's not Boniface?
Nope.
I don't even know
Dolan.
how to comprehend that.
There was another.
Whose is this? That's Boniface. So, fate point for the second belief. I'll find my wife, takes my last breath. And also same one for your third belief. I'll make atonement for my great sin. And some reason ever. Easy. Programmers from asking.
If I knew I could have got away with it, I was like planning on when Dirk was in a fetal position of just like grabbing his head and being like, "It's okay, Dirk, I forgive you," and just breaking his neck.
Oh, that would have been quite a surprise.
That would have been quite a death sentence.
Yeah, I didn't want that. I didn't want that. If I thought maybe I could do it sneakily
Dude.
in a room filled with his parents.
Oh yeah, I was
You
wondering what that
don't
was.
trust-
We
what
found
is
it
that?
just like behind the
My comb.
chair.
What? Yeah, it was my
Chip's
bad.
black now.
I forgot about that, Cole. Alright, and then I want you to take a persona point, Boniface, for embodiment for Don't Upset the Natural Order, because you tried very hard, even though you had to deal with enchanting negatively. You did that very well in dealing with the dwarf about you being against it, and you even went out your way to say that I'm going to make this good in some way. I'll just take
Can I have a pencil, please?
No. Where's all the pencils at?
Oh, I thought you were looking.
Like, no, I was looking at it, but I didn't see it, like, leave your hand. Because I looked right into the light.
Unless there's anything else you wish to nominate yourself
I
for?
want another persona point for please be kind, rewind.
You get a fate point for that.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay. Anything you want to change? Any beliefs or instincts based on what's happened this session?
Boniface?
Yes. Or for Corvus too.
Corvus' new belief, basically.
Yeah.
What happened?
Anything for Boniface though?
I mean, no. I mean,
Beliefs or instincts?
Oh, Boniface, right. They're two different people. I was just.
No, they're the same.
He's just wearing different side clothes. You guys can obviously tell it's him. You just like.
So we just roll with it.
Yeah, you're like, okay, whatever.
They let him out of prison for this?
The guards kind of like wanted to
He just
watch.
like puts some new clothes on. The guards can't tell it's him.
Oh,
Guards,
I'm
not
sorry we
him.
locked you up.
Oh shit, I gotta write down what I spent my points
That's a good idea.
on. And also, we gotta do my test.
Yes, I'll do that when we get to you. Anything you want to change?
Good.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So first off,
You got a
for
suggestion? Because
for like beliefs or instincts, let me look.
you said, are you sure? Like you might have an idea.
According to morals. I mean, is there anything you want to tack on to the end of any of your beliefs, like an immediate goal that you wish to accomplish to get you those persona points that are so heavily coveted? Because if you complete goals, you get persona points. There's anything you want to tack on the end, you can do like short term. Like even if it's a new belief, you can do like I want to learn how to ride a horse, or I want to learn how to swing a sword.
I can swing my sword. I can swing my sword.
Maybe in a little bit. Like I want him to get there mentally.
Okay.
When he just kind of 360s personality wise.
By all me, Lucius. Let's go over the tests.
360s. You'd be right back where you were.
Xboxes.
Alright,
Alright, let's go over your tests that I did not give you. For the most part, we were rolling. I had like 8 dice for those sword combats total. Like with the defense and attack, it was 8 dice. Do you remember what your total was?
12.
12? Jesus. 12 on 8 is a routine. So you get a routine.
More sword?
Yes.
You have one group. You did not the
Do I get 2 routines since I did?
It's just one because it's the same scene.
Alright, yeah,
And then your power was versus 4, I think.
My 5 on 4.
Yes.
I didn't laugh, but
I think that was
it
me.
Difficult.
I didn't understand.
And what about the speed one that I failed?
Yes.
I
What was
would
your
imagine.
speed you were rolling?
4.
You were rolling 5.
Funny how we
Rewind your DVDs.
4 and 5 is a challenging test for speed.
Sweet.
actually
All my VHS.
And
Yeah, I wanna
that's
say
it,
that was
right?
it.
Yeah, speed, power, and sword. I think is all you did during that.
No,
Oh, the observation
Um,
when I first did the interrogation.
We're also doing
That'd be
stealth.
Crazy to get on my
Oh,
old
yeah.
stuff, look
Were you
VHS
were you just training it though? So you put in a dot.
yeah.
kind of like
How many? I have to make my aptitude.
Yeah, aptitude's 10
What-
minus your speed.
What's
Will,
the
is the,
stealth skills?
Speed.
Is the
Oh, yeah,
recorder
speed.
on, Will?
Huh? Yes.
Oh, damn. Okay, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say.
4. Oh, I need one more for
You
stealth.
might know this, except for you guys.
Do I get one for falsehood
But when was falsehood?
during the interrogation?
Yes.
And I think the last thing was just the observation.
Right. What was the observation for again? Just to refresh my
just
memory.
to see the mood of the room.
Right. I think that was how many dice did you roll for that? Do you
Two.
remember? 2 dice?
Yes. 'Cause I
And
didn't think the 14 thing. I don't think I could have anyway.
I'll say it's a challenging test.
Cool. Well, do you know what I need to upgrade it?
From 2 to 3?
Yeah.
You need 2 routines and either 1 difficult or 1 challenging.
Jesus fuck. I have 1 routine, 3 difficult, and a challenging.
1 more routine. I believe in
And
you.
also for drinking.
Drinking?
Yeah.
What you drinking for?
No, I'm asking what I need. What do I need to level?
Oh,
it up?
what's your drinking at?
B2.
You need 2 routines and either 1 difficult or 1 challenging.
Oh, well, I have 3 routine and 1 difficult.
Then you can bump it up to 3.
Sweet.
Wipe your slate clean and you start.
I'm a level 3 drinker.
Hooray!
Hooray for alcoholism.
Alright, that's it
And
for
I'm
your. Yeah, we'll move on to your Arthur points.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Alright. Let's see. I'll give you a fate point for your first belief to clear my name and the name of my squad because you took steps to clear your own name with Dirk. I'll give you another fate point for being distrustful of the king and his people. You're distrustful of Orion and those other nobles, obviously.
Definitely.
And let's see, instincts. I'm trying to think. Did you attempt to mind freak anybody during that whole?
I tried to piss off the dad to the point where he would have, like, I was really trying to evoke a physical reaction out of him.
If that
But-
would have happened, that would have
Yeah,
given you a fate
it
point.
didn't happen though.
Hmm.
Beyond that, I don't think I got anything.
I'm trying to think of anything any appropriate persona point wise for role playing. Is in either embodiment or I wouldn't say the other one because you weren't like fighting against anything.
I failed. Oh, shield test. The shield
oh
test.
yeah, was that just straight power though?
Oh yeah, it was power.
Yeah, we just use shield as a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I'm good then.
anything you want to change then with beliefs or instincts wise based on what's happened?
I do, but I'm gonna wait till next time to do it. I'm gonna change my sword is always with me to something else.
Just gotta think of what we want it to be.
Yeah, just because I'm not really getting anything based off of that instinct.
I hear you.
So,
Being a soldier is just part of
well, instinct. In order to get a point from instincts,
put you in trouble.
you have to get in trouble.
Yes, or instincts can help with like those persona points, like I gave it for Boniface, because he's
Okay,
got an
well, then I'm
instinct.
gonna change it to I will train Boniface in the way of the sword.
Well, that'd be more of a belief, wouldn't it?
I don't wanna- Alright, I'm gonna change my instinct that says do what I feel is right, or my belief that says
Uh-huh.
do what I feel is right to an instinct.
One second. Don't you have a thing about protecting people, Brett?
Yeah.
Because you can
Yes.
extend that. You could be like, and teach those to protect themselves. Like, you know what I'm saying?
If it makes it a belief, though, he gets a
But-
persona point for completing the goal. If you train Boniface, you get a persona point for completing that belief.
And that would be the I will always protect my friends and
Yeah, you get.
train them to protect themselves.
Well, that would give you. I feel like that's more of a belief because I can't see that really getting you in any trouble unless like those people should not be trained and such.
Yeah.
I think you should do what I feel is the right thing to replace sword with me at all times for instinct, and then do I'll train Boniface in the way of the sword as a belief. Is that suitable for you?
Yes.
It's a very good idea to include other players in your beliefs because it will certainly cause dramatic drama.
Dramatic drama.
Dramatic drama.
What is that belief?
He wishes to train Boniface in the way of the sword.
Precision is precise.
Anything else, Lucius? Beliefs, instincts wise?
Nope.
Okie dokie. Dolan.
I think I deserve some kind of point for trying to find the.
Yes.
Oh,
So-
actually, I do have one question about my grief.
What's that?
Is that something that only changes at the end of each arc, or is that something that should be gradually looked at?
I should be gradually looked at. I will. Yeah, let's do that real quick before we move on to Dolan. If anything's happened.
I mean, I don't think anything's happened.
When was the
just
last?
yet.
I think the last time we checked was at the end of the arc.
It was-
so
yeah.
it might
I
be,
mean,
maybe. I don't
Maybe
know.
the fact that my one and only friend Van was just arrested
Yeah.
by the same guy that I fucking hate right now,
Let's
Orion. But
Yeah,
I don't know how to test for that.
Right, we'll look up the grief. Usually I have to look and see like situations. They based on the situations you get certain obstacles for grief. So let me see.
I really don't want my grief to go up anymore.
You do not
Already a B7.
do not want to commit suicide
I'll see your songs, though.
or just wander off.
Your songs, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's a
the
delicate
song I have
balance.
now is the only song I have. It doesn't really affect it that much. In this 2-month period, I'm actually hope I'm going to learn a new song.
Good idea.
Just trying to make sure you can defend yourself. For me.
1984.
Nah, you like him. You just don't want to admit it.
Yeah, because your grief's so high, you need difficult and routine tests, and a lot of this stuff is gonna make it routine. I mean, you need difficult and challenging tests, and a lot of this stuff's gonna make it routine. So,
I don't have to worry
you-
about it right now.
yeah, unless something really traumatic happens, usually it's not gonna affect your grief.
Well, the Merle thing.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna see what you need.
But I'm not. I'm also not 100% on the status of Merle.
How you feel about him,
Well,
Power?
it's-
Not just that, but also
status
her
is
physical
damn.
status. Other than the fact. That
Oh yeah,
she's
like how
not
she
out.
knows, right?
So,
That's
when
true.
I punch somebody,
It basically
I'm
like
gonna
you
do
need at
this.
least an obstacle 5 grief in order to affect you at all.
That right before I broke my leg. That when we spawned with them, they gloved on two this.
But yeah.
I was throwing the lead hook.
All right.
Temple.
Dolan, you will get
Why?
I'll get you a fate point
That
for.
could be useful, and the ribs too.
I'll get you a fate point for investigating the dolls for sure. I feel bad because I feel like you're the one who was neglected the most this session, but it will be made up for. I assure you. I have plans for your character.
Well, good.
Not that you should be excited about it.
They're boring plans.
No, not
if
that.
if it's anything like
It won't
what's
be
happening
boring.
to me,
One fate point, you said?
Yeah, fate point for that. Unfortunately than that, unless you can give me a good reason, I can't think of another. Because you haven't.
Well, let me look.
You didn't attack anybody.
Oh, wait. I was marking shit on the wrong.
Careful, dear. You did spend a lot of Persona points this session, though. I say you didn't have a lot. I know you didn't get a lot of attention, but you did a lot of spending this session.
Did.
Yeah.
I didn't get Persona points.
shit.
If you have a
Oh,
goal
shit.
in your beliefs and you complete that goal, you get Persona. And if you do good role playing, you get Persona, like embodiment or going against the grain and stuff like that.
I'll just rack up some Persona points next time.
Is there any things you wish to change, beliefs or instincts wise, Mr. Dolan? Based on what's happened?
Well, I'll take specifically from wealthy away from my first belief. I'll just say gain wealth.
Gain wealth? Do you wish to tack on
No,
something
probably
based on
not.
that guy that you talked about? Say you want to investigate into him, right, or something
Holy
involving him.
The guy that was trying to employ me,
Yes.
I was just gonna go from for a month.
If you want to, you can tack that on the end of gain wealth, keep contact with, what's his face? Keep contact with Uriel Healing. I'll just put in Uriel. If that's okay with you.
Uriel heaving.
Yes, keep contact with Uriel Healing.
Gain market plus nice plus. I feel like that should stick there because I'm always gonna be working together.
Right. Alright. Is there anything else you wish to change?
No.
Okie dokie. And finally, Mr. Brogan.
finally.
Jesus.
I don't think I did anything. I lied, but that didn't really get me in trouble. I just failed my lie.
What happened when you lied and you failed it?
I couldn't get.
I'd say it put you in some trouble because it ended up you having to get some ratty ass scarf and
That
getting
wasn't
berated.
necessarily trouble though. I was berated for it, but
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, a trouble I think is a very broad term though. Trouble could mean oh, I'm gonna get beat up for this, or oh, man, I have to go the extra mile. I have to go digging through garbage.
I see.
I'll give you
If you want to give me a
fate
fate point for
yes,
that, then
I will.
okay.
I also
I'm
want to
not
get you
gonna
one
say
for
no.
your second belief. Finish the deed with Mama Buja because you were, working on that.
Yeah.
You haven't completed it, but you're taking the steps.
Hey, by the way, I want to change the first part to don't trust an orc. They only want to use and torture you. And speaking of that, that kind of also helps. I'm constantly not trusting. I mean, I know I'm just changing it now, but
So don't trust an orc.
or never trust an orc.
Do you want to see how far you can get with this? That'd be cool.
I mean, obviously, I'm gonna need your help on some areas.
And
Well,
can I add 2 goals on a belief, or should I just stick it to 1 goal for?
What exactly are you trying to do?
I'm kind of curious to see what we. Okay,
To,
we have to back out first.
Back on what?
Like first starting it.
Like tack on.
Start a league with
Okay.
Dolan.
First start.
Start a league with Dolan.
Right.
How would you want to tag? Where do you want to tag that on to? Maybe
Maybe
s-
large following.
Hmm.
League is in like someone
Yeah.
to.
I'd say start with Dolan because that seems to me the more present one, and then whenever you get done with that or give up on that, or however it works, you can
Yeah.
put on your marriage of the family.
Right.
I kind of like
Start a league with Dolan.
100% because it's like I feel like that's what they. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna have much
Good
time,
belief.
but- Yeah, no, I'm just saying I like to do it because I feel like that's what the characters are. written
Should
for to do.
like it wouldn't be starting a league. It would be like
Start a
Oh, another Strangers and Freaks.
not relationship. What's the right word? Like a
pact
yeah, that works. Pact with Dolan.
or covenant.
Help a Craco repo a truck.
Yeah, that's it. You gotta do a few other missions. Then you can buy the business from it. But you need like $150,000.
Alright, anything else? Just a trait. I mean, lots of meat, rare as it gets. This is apart. Anything else you wish to change? Base instincts wise? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
real quick.
well, I think that's it then. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.